Hello, attendees. If you missed the announcements from earlier, if you plan to speak tonight, please fill out a speaker slip, which is right up front here. And if you can't find seating, we do have overflow in the City Hall lobby. Good evening, everyone. Once again, we do have overflow seating in the City Hall lobby. We do need to have all exits available for people to exit, please.
Good, good evening. Good evening.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Before I actually formally open tonight's meeting, I will let everyone know we do have overflow seating in council. Call to please, and we're calling to order at 7:02. If you could please call the roll.
Councilmember Pappen? Here. Councilmember Cahalan?
Here.
Councilmember Fung?
Here.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Here.
Mayor Snyder?
Here.
All members of the City Council are present.
Thank you. And before we're going to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, if everybody who is able to, please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's public speaking. And so keep that in mind when other people are speaking, because we do welcome all input. Every member of the council and the public deserves the respect from all and all of us in public attendance. City council meetings are the place and time where the public's business and business of the city is conducted. So it's important that these meetings proceed with the highest of decorum, respect for one another, and civility. Many items your elected representatives, the city council, must deal with are controversial, with many views and opposing positions. This sometimes leads to very passionate arguments with strong convictions. The city council and staff work very hard to listen and take into consideration everyone's opinion and input across all segments of the community, trying to balance all needs. But it's important that the participating public are healthier as a community when we have great public participation. So thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Okay, everyone. As mayor, I'm going to tell you how it's going to go tonight. We have so far 20 speaker slips. And typically, when we've only got a couple, the speaking time would be 3 minutes. Tonight, I'm going to hold everybody to 2 minutes. And I know that that's not normal, but if I've already got 20 times 2 plus travel time, we're already at 45 minutes. And I'm sure we're going to get more slips tonight. And I'm sure we want to hear everything you said. And I, as your mayor, am happy to sit after the meeting to hear comments and continue that. I can also tell you that tonight is an informational item. And what we are going to do is bring this back as an agenda item to all future council meetings on that. So this is not the last say, although this is a very, very important say. And I am just absolutely so happy to see so many of your faces and to welcome our county executive, Mike Callaghy, and our supervisor, Dave Pine, who is the president of the Board of Supervisors and our supervisor, and a representative from the organization that would run the operation should it happen. So I will tell you, I'm a former activist myself. You want to
so many community members. I'm here today to talk about 1390 El Camino Real in the beautiful city of MILLBRAE, otherwise known as the La Quinta Inn. That inn is a 99 room inn with a great common area, laundry facilities, open space, an operator suite, that on-site common area, parking for every unit there. It really, what really makes this viable for us as a entity looking for permanent housing is the fact that half of these units already have kitchens in them, which is just amazing. And our intent would be, if we bought these, to convert the other half to full kitchens also. Let me talk a little about Home Key, which you can see up here, and what the Board of Supervisors has done so far in regard to Home Key. Home Key came about during the pandemic, a state program started by Governor Newsom, which was a way that we could utilize resources from the state to get people off the street. It allowed us to buy hotels with the understanding that we would operate those hotels to accommodate those that are experiencing homelessness. We have 5 hotels right now in the county. We have 3 of those in Redwood City, 1 in the city of Half Moon Bay, and 1 in San Mateo. 3 of those 5 are interim housing facilities, a place that are temporary, meant for 6 to 8 months to get people off the street immediately, and then house them in a more permanent setting. 2 of those, and I'll be showing you pictures of those later on, are what we call permanent supportive housing. They're like any apartment complex. 48% of the homeless in this county are seniors. Seniors. Many of them who have outlived their savings. Many of them, because of a health condition, have lost their housing. The Board of Supervisors has made an incredible investment in homelessness in this county. $54 million of Measure K and General Fund go into homelessness and housing every year out of our budget. Another $100 million from state and federal. We spend $150 million approximately every year in this county on trying to house the unhoused. Now, a lot of people say, look, we still see homelessness every single day out here. Why can't we just get them off the street? Well, the courts have ruled, Martin versus Boise, in a couple of different natures. In this county, we have shelter beds. They're called shelters. We have one at Safe Harbor in South San Francisco. We have another one at We Hope in East Palo Alto. We use those beds. They're beds. It's dorm-style living. It's congregate living. We use those to get people off the streets immediately. There's not a lot of privacy. There's no place for animals. That's why the county has invested, and this board has invested in the Navigation Center, 240-room, individual rooms, most of them with their own bathrooms, common areas, dog runs. We've tried to accommodate everything that would get somebody, incentivize people to come off the street. At that Navigation facility, we'll have those. We'll have those wraparound services. And I'll talk about Episcopal Community Services in a minute, which I believe is the Cadillac operator who will be operating this facility. So when we evaluate a location to put people, we look at the walkability, we look at the transportation, we look at parking, we look at amenities around there. You know, the opportunity for a help or an operator. They're very, very experienced. They have 2,000 units that they operate right now in San Francisco and in Marin. It's great to have them want to be in San Mateo County because their experience level is so high. So what they would have assigned to this is one supervisor, 4 caseworkers, 0.5 mental health clinician, and a team that would actually operate the hotel, and operate the interim housing or the permanent housing. So that would be the staff. So they would have 24 hours a day staff there operating the hotel at the front desk. So we can go to the next slide. We can talk a little bit about how these hotels typically operate.
Mr. Callaghan, one second. To the public, sound travels really well in this room. So if you could please, and if there are people standing, we do have seating in the lobby in there. So please make sure that you use the seating.
Yeah, Mayor, I just received MCTV's frozen.
I'm sorry, Mr. Callaghan.
Sorry. MCTV seems to be frozen and not working.
I think do we want to say a function of our finances?
We'll take a recess.
Hold on. Okay,
We need order, Mayor. So with the gavel, we do need order, everyone, please. Thank you.
That's the first time I've had to use that. Okay, I can't see. Please stop. I can't see MCTV, so I can't. They're standing in the corner there. So ladies in the back, I'm trying to get their attention to see what status we are at. I'm sorry, Mr. Callaghan. Let's take 2 minutes and see what we can do about MCTV.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it is.
No, they're not.
That's what they can't see.
Absolutely. That sounds good. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah. Sounds good. Yes, ma'am. got it. You got it.
Ex- Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. County Exec, my apologies, our apologies. There are some new seats being put up if people want to go into the lobby for seating. With that, Mr. Callaghan, take it away.
Thank you very much. And for what it's worth, it happens at the county all the time also, so it's not unique to MILLBRAE. Let's talk a bit about permanent housing and how this will be operated. All tenants there will have a lease, just like any other apartment complex or any large-scale residential complex. Everyone will have a lease. There's terms to this lease that they must adhere to, just like anywhere else. You've got to pay your rent on time. So some people ask, well, what would the rent be? It's dependent, and that's the beauty of this, it's dependent on your income. It's really a third of your income that goes towards your rental obligation. The county subsidizes that through vouchers. We have created, the Board of Supervisors has gone through an innovative and extraordinary step of creating their own vouchers. So they contribute $8 million a year for 15 years to house up to 200 people. So they subsidize that those rental payments for up to 200 people.
People up by the door, we can hear your conversation, so please, thank you.
Okay, so these are deeply, deeply affordable units for all type of income levels that will be supported there. What this does, and I think it's of particular interest in why permanent supportive housing or permanent housing of any kind is so important, because we've got to transition people out of interim to get more people in. There's got to be a throughput. I'd like to give you an example. We're working on a project now in an unincorporated area, 100% affordable housing unit off of Middlefield Road in San Mateo County. It's 170 units. Mercy is the operator. It has taken 8 years. We had the land. We've had the land. Taken 8 years to put the financing together, and we are just starting that now. It'll take another 2 years to build. 10 years in the making for 170 units. With this permanent housing complex and another one that we're looking at, we can turn almost 150 units into affordable housing in 6 months. That's the type of speed that we need to get to functional zero homelessness in this county. And that means we would have a place for everyone that wanted a home in this county, a house. These are human beings with a house, a roof over their head. So that is, so.
Stop. There will be no talking. If this happens, you will be escorted out.
So that is what we've done in Redwood Shores. We converted, and if we can go to the next slide, we can see what that looks like. So this is Shores Landing. This was a hotel, 95 rooms. They had kitchenettes in every room. We were able to turn this around in 6 months, and now houses 95 seniors from this community. 95 seniors. And just on an anecdotal basis, let me just tell you one story. One of the individuals I've spoken to there was a teacher in this community for 30 years. Went in for a routine checkup, discovered she had cancer, had to go through chemo, couldn't pay her rent where she had been living and raised her kids for 30 years. She was put on the street. She was out on the street. She went to the shelter in South San Francisco. And during COVID, we were able to move her into this. She is now thriving. She can't believe it. She will be able to live there the rest of her life, as will all the rest of those residents. Those are 95 studio apartments, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartments that we were able to convert in 6 months. Again, 48% of our homeless are seniors. Let's go to the next one. This was another hotel we purchased in Redwood City, and you can see dedicated to formerly homeless individuals. These are the projects that we're talking about here. These are the ones that we stand behind. Let's go to one more, Arroyo Green in Redwood City, where 25% of the units here are for formerly homeless individuals who have gone through interim housing, are now ready for permanent housing. These are the developments we're talking about here, and this is what we've been experienced doing in this county. We have units all over, and this doesn't even take into consideration the ones that are purely operated by Mid-Penn and other providers who have built their own, like some of the ones that we see out on the coast or in the rest of the county by our providers. Let's just go to the last slide here I have and talk about Octavia, who experienced homelessness after losing his wife and falling into depression. It's something that could happen to anyone. We were able to get him back, he lives in Redwood Shores with his 87-year-old mother, and now has the security to live there out the rest of his life. So let me talk about a couple other issues here. And so successful. That's why we're getting to functional zero in this county. And with the board's support, we'll probably be the first county in California to reach functional zero because of the efforts of all of you and all of us working together. But it still results in a loss. So what I've endeavored to do, talking with your city manager, is to try to soften that blow and give you additional services. So the first thing we're going to do is work with Mr. Williams to try to make up that lost revenue for 1 year. We will negotiate a settlement to that, and we will present that to the city like we've done with other cities who have requested it. Not all cities have requested it, but we have some cities have requested it. We're also going to, and I've spoken to the sheriff today, provide another sheriff's deputy to MILLBRAE for the foreseeable future to work on the streets of MILLBRAE and provide additional public safety. We're also going to provide a crisis response member. This is a clinician who will be embedded in your sheriff's office here, who will respond to calls with mental health. They will be out on the front. This is something that the board has supported in Daly City, South San Francisco, San Mateo, and Redwood City. They're embedded in the police department. When there's a mental health crisis call, they go out with police and they take the lead. It has been extremely successful in de-escalating situations with the community members who are in mental health crisis. We believe these added services will benefit MILLBRAE. There's also a question about loss of jobs. There's people that work at La Quinta Inn right now. What are we going to do about those individuals? I've been in contact with the Economic Development Center in South San Francisco, which the county helps fund. We have Renaissance entrepreneurship there, and we've got job training. I've spoken there to their director, and they are more than willing to work with those individuals, and they have indicated to me that those are some of the most plentiful jobs right now in housekeeping and in restaurants that are available. They feel that they will be able to place them readily or give them the job training necessary to go into another profession if they so choose to do that. With that, I just want to let you know that, this is something that the county will own this facility. The county will certainly be working with our great partner on this if this does come to fruition. Episcopal, like I said, I believe that they're the Cadillac provider. They're going to be standing side by side with us. But I'd offer up this, and certainly the county will be paying for the ongoing services. Ongoing services to run an operation like this is about $2.5 million. And the county will be paying that because that is the investment that we're making in homelessness. This problem is not going to go away on its own. We have all got to dig in. It is the issue of our lifetime, and we've got to dig in to try to resolve it. But what I would offer more is this. This is not, the end by any stretch of the imagination. It is the beginning. It's the beginning of a relationship. It's an ongoing relationship. It's one that is going to continue with this council and these community members. And I would suggest that we form an advisory committee consisting of maybe 1 or 2 council members, community members, and certainly the provider, and they meet on a regular basis to deal with issues that may come up. We've got issues all over the county, but I believe that this will be beneficial to the city so that we can evaluate the resources that are there, the resources that are necessary to see if there's any issues. We've done this. We've offered to meet regularly with other communities that have these programs, and we've had several meetings, and then they kind of fade away because these members become community members. They become embedded in the community. They shop here, they work here, they socialize here, they become members. Again, if there are issues there are rules, there are regulations. They would be subject to eviction just like anyone else in any apartment complex. If there's drug use, if there's disturbances going on. The difference is we have embedded services there for those who avail themselves of it, who need it. And we've also done this in the past. Sometimes we don't get it absolutely 100% right. These people will be vetted with the provider when they come here, when they occupy these residents. They'll know the background, they'll be working with them. And if it's not a good fit, we evaluate that also and move them to another facility. That's typically what we have done in the past. So I don't think anywhere that, I mean, that could happen anywhere where there may not be a good fit for that community, for that apartment complex, for that building. I can tell you that it happens very rarely, but it does happen. So with that, Madam Mayor and council members, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Like I said, I have Beth Stokes here from Episcopal Community Services, ready, and Chris, her operations manager here, ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, and for the people out in the lobby, people watching at home, and the public here, I've got 22 speaker slips, and what I said at the beginning, what we're going to do is allow council to ask a set of questions. I'm sorry? Did you want to have the operator speak before?
Beth, would you like to speak? Yeah.
Hey, Mayor, while she's getting up, I'd just like to thank Mike, and remind everybody the objective tonight, because there's been a lot of information out in the community, and tonight's the night where we can provide the information, as Mr. Callaghan has done tonight, to, bring the record, bring what the reality is of this project. So just want everybody to keep that in mind as well.
And before we get you started, what I'm saying is if you've got speaker slips, please turn them up. We're at 2 minutes right now, but we are at 22, so everybody can do the math on them.
So we provide supportive services in all of these facilities. We work very hard to work with communities to meet the needs of that community. And we are always here to listen, to make adjustments, and to work closely with the county staff. So for folks that aren't familiar with how individuals that are homeless come into buildings like this, it's through a referral process. So that referral is with coordinated entry that sits typically with a county agency. And here it's San Mateo County. So ECS would be meeting with the county staff, looking at the individuals that have been identified to move into this type of housing very early on. Sometimes we'll work with the community long before a building's opened, and that could be anywhere from 6 to 12 months just to get familiar with that county, who they're identifying, and work with what that individual is going to need when they come into the property. So folks that typically come into supportive housing, as Mike indicated, recent research coming out of the state of California is indicating that the highest growing population is seniors. And that is what we see. We see folks coming in at well over 60% of the population over 60 years old. And these folks have been on the street for many years, sometimes up to 10 years. And so we're working really hard with a number of issues, often issues with ambulatory needs, folks that need hip replacements, knee replacements, or using wheelchairs, who may have a fairly qualified health center to create health homes for individuals, at the site, and that healthcare can be provided right at their home. So we do work with people who are in recovery and different stages of recovery. So that is something that we work really hard to try and address. And as Mike said, there are behaviors on site that are certainly not going to be permitted. Illegal drug use on site, sales, things like that are things that are just not permitted in supportive housing. So I'm sorry if you had a question.
No, they'll come through me.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So, we have been doing this. ECS opened the first supportive housing site in 1992. Supportive housing is a proven model for this population. It absolutely helps to stabilize this population. It helps them to heal and recover from years of being on the street, because that's really what's needed to qualify to get into this type of housing. It is housing that's going to be more expensive than a shelter. It is housing that will require the individual to have a lease in their name. So this group, in supportive housing is a group that can be evicted, but that's not something we promote. And that's not something that is a positive outcome. So we work really hard to keep people housed, because that is the job that's before us. And this is an opportunity for San Mateo County and for the city of MILLBRAE to provide 99 homes for people who are experiencing homelessness in this community. So thank you, Mayor Schneider.
Okay, bringing it to council.
Mayor, I just if I could add to this presentation for the knowledge of the council and the community. So our regional housing needs assessment, which are known as our RENA numbers, are provided to the city by the state of California. And it's a mandate on the production of housing. And so our housing element that's at Housing and Community Development, hopefully we'll get certified soon, dictates the number of units by income level. And so I wanted to share that with the council and the public real quick so you have it kind of front and center. So our RENA numbers between 2023 and 2030 are 575 extremely low, which is 0 to 50% of the median income of the county, 575 units. Low income, which is 51% to 80% of the county median income, is 331 housing units. So we have almost 900 either extremely low and very low income units that are part of our obligation handed down to us by the state of California. So just for your information.
And Madam Mayor, may I?
Hold on. I appreciate that, city manager. At the same time, we approved 488, 15% low affordable, so 73 units that high-speed rail killed, and that no one in this county stood up with us other than Sam Sita to help fight that. You left out of your list of affordable housing, we have Rollins Road, which was the only time MILLBRAE has ever received community development block grants, and that houses 79 low affordable units with one manager. So you kind of left that out the numbers. We have affordable units coming in on a range of projects here. So let's be honest on talking about this in terms of saying that we all have a part in it. We have been playing our part, and we would have.
The La Quinta Inn was one of those respondents that indicated to us a desire to sell. So that's why we made contact with them. We are in negotiations to also purchase another hotel that responded.
San Francisco.
So I just wanted to make that clear.
I'm well aware of that. I've spent time with the mayor of South San Francisco on that one,
Right.
comparing the situations. Okay,
Do you have
with
a
that,
preference as to, did you have a preference whether you wanted?
I would have liked some of council's comments on, I have pages of comments. Some of those I shared on Nextdoor. So those of you who are here by Nextdoor, because yes, we are all in this together, but I would, this might be the county's issue of a lifetime. To me, climate change is the issue of the lifetime. And all of these discussions and all of the work the state has put on us for housing has taken away our ability to even plant trees. So there is a trade-off between the work that county is putting onto us and the loss of $600,000, where you'll make us whole for 1 year, but that's in perpetuity. So I have a question for you. We are the community most impacted by SFO. What is the one advantage we have by being the closest community to SFO? It's hotels. It is hotels and the TOT. So when you take away, sorry, public, I promise not to do this, but honest to gosh, when you dive into MILLBRAE's finances, where 3.2 square miles are a close comparison to San Carlos, where the county has purchased land to build affordable houses someday, they're 5.92 square miles. Their budget this year is more than twice ours. We are an under-resourced community, and you are taking more resources away from us. So I don't think anybody here, I think the housing sounds great. Helping seniors sounds great, but we don't have a swimming pool. We have no swimming program. We haven't done a tree inventory since 1992. We have the second worst roads in the county. Stop, please stop, please stop. So it's lovely that you've offered a few things. You're housing the county's housing population, but we have what? 10, 20, 30, 100 people pushed off BART at the end of the night, that SFO turfs into MILLBRAE, that Burlingame turfs into MILLBRAE, that Hillsborough turfs into MILLBRAE, and they don't fall in this program. This is our money, our general fund money going to help that, with a little bit of help from Measure K. But it is our people living with that, and that's what you're going to hear tonight. And when we asked for help in 2021 when I was mayor, what I received, public, from Senator Hill was, we'll put a message at BART in Daly City asking the homeless to get off the train. Honest to gosh.
They're raising their hands.
Oh, now?
Yeah, you can't see them.
Okay. All right. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I want to say this. I have questions, but I'll wait to ask the questions. But I do want to make sure that if the concern is what you're saying, or if the concern is about the humanity and helping our neighbors that need help, whether they're homeless or if the issue of homelessness. Let's not conflate the two and say, oh, we're upset. If that's what the comments are going to be, if there's a lot of anger in the room, I want you to understand that this isn't that meeting. Find me at the Starbucks, find me and talk to me. I'll make myself available. But listen.
Hold on.
You can boo all, listen.
Stop.
No, that's fine. You can boo what you want, but what I will not allow this meeting to become is what meetings like this have been like for hundreds of years in this country, where we had the Chinese Exclusionary Act. Yeah, you can say it. Listen.
Okay, hold on.
You can say what you want, but this isn't about that. This isn't about MILLBRAE becoming an exclusionary city saying we don't want those people here. So if you're going to say that, then yeah, you can boo all you want, but you're just showing me who you are. And so that's fine. And that's fine. Because we have
Okay, please don't make
this
me do that.
issue is not about who we don't want in our community. It's who we are as a community. Showing our humanity. Listen to the county manager. If the individual wants to sell his property, he's selling his property. That's capitalism that you're upset with. Listen,
Stop.
That's fine. That's fine. Listen, and we can go back and forth all we want. But what was said already here tonight is we cannot move them, our homeless population, off the public streets. So should they go to your home and sit there and you walk over them? They're right. Then guess what? This is an attempt to not be a shelter, but to help those that are in the transitional process. Listen, that's fine. All I want to do is, like I said, make a statement to make sure, and I know it's not a popular statement, but I know what this conversation is and is not about. And let's focus on that as you get ready to speak. Focus on what it's about. Focus your anger on us as a council if you're upset at where the city is going and what it's not doing. And if we don't have this or if we don't have that, that's our job. That's our job. Yes, exactly. That's what I just said. Okay? So we're trying to. Okay? So.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Callaghy here. In reality, the city really does not have control over the decision that's being made.
Gina, could you go on closer to the mic?
We are trying to negotiate with the city to protect the city's interests. It is a devastating blow to our budget to lose $600,000 a year. There's no doubt about that, and we have not been shy in telling the county exactly that. Our job is to maintain this city in a sustainable manner. We don't want to be one of these cities that is the only choice we have is to dive into our reserves. That is not sustainable. So I appreciate everyone being here because we're trying to get the facts from the county, and we're trying to get what will hopefully stem the tide of, as Mr. Callaghy said, an issue of our time here. And again, these are individuals at a certain point in time that have been through a process here. And it's good to know that they will be signing a lease, that all these clinicians will be there. And the fact that you are offering up additional law enforcement, which will cost, if we were to pay for that, what's the cost of an additional sheriff's deputy? What is it per deputy?
So a fully loaded sheriff deputy is about $370,000 a year.
Okay, so An additional,
If you guys quiet, then you can hear the city manager responding
So
to the questions. We do need quiet.
A little bit more, so that includes benefits, that includes equipment, that includes the whole
so if the
functioning
city
deputy.
were to bring on additional law enforcement, it would cost us another $300,000. So that's well, we will need it if this happens. So, and it's going to, hey, look, it is going to happen because as was stated, this council doesn't vote on this project here. We don't have a say. What we're really trying to do is to protect the city by working with the county here, who's now offering additional law enforcement, a clinician, and I am very concerned about 40 to 60 people losing their jobs. So at the hotel, because again, that could increase homelessness in our region here. So we want to make sure that they are offered training.
Sure.
And they get additional jobs here.
Yep.
My questions really relate to, I appreciate the fact that as this process happens here, the city is part of some sort of an advisory committee because nobody is sure exactly what the impacts will be. We can guess, and a lot of people here are guessing. The real issue, and as you was pointed out here, is that we are talking mostly about seniors who have been unhoused, and that a lot of people living within our own community, it could be one medical bill. It could be just one repair that can send people into homelessness. So the issues here that I need a little more facts on are these single units. Somebody mentioned they will be family units. What is the impact going to be on our schools? There are other elements here that I would appreciate facts on.
Yeah.
If you could enlighten us.
Absolutely, Councilmember Pappen. Thank you for that question. In a lot of ways, this facility is suited for families. But because of the proximity to the schools, in particular the school right around the corner, but it looks like we'll primarily be single occupants in these units to maximize the number of units we can put there. We're still evaluating it, so I don't have a definitive answer, but I guess my best guess.
But we just passed a school measure in order to help our schools along. So that's another point that needs to be covered here if that does in fact happen. Excuse me?
They're exempt.
Are they exempt, the school district?
They're paying
If you're
We would be, yeah, governmental immunities, but I don't think there'll be kids here. I think that we want to maximize this site, even though there's a school right around the corner. I think we want to maximize this site for single occupancy. Like I said, 48% of our homeless population are seniors.
Okay, so for the public's information here, the impact on our community is we have to provide wraparound services. That's what the county is providing here. In order for anyone to stem the tide of homelessness, these services must be provided. And it sounds like from our other speaker here that they have been successful in those efforts here. And that is what really makes the difference. It's going to, again, this city council doesn't have a vote on what happens there. What we are trying to do here is maintain our sustainability and protect our residents. So additional law enforcement is very important. The clinician is important. The advisory, constant communication, I think is very important here too. So we will know what's happening and hopefully address whatever issues may come up. So,
Councilmember Pappen, I don't want to conflate the issues either with providing the additional resources and a nexus to the hotel, because I really don't think that there's going to be that level of call for service that would need extra resources. These are extra resources to support the ongoing operations of the county. There's certainly calls for service there now, as there are at any hotel anywhere in the county. And I think the last time I checked, it was an average of somewhere around 18 to 20 calls a year there for service, whether it's medical or domestic violence or whatever it may be that the Sheriff's Department responds to. But I don't believe there's going to be a nexus like we have to provide additional sheriff's deputies for this hotel. These are going to be residents of this city just like anyone else.
Well, Mr. Callaghy, the influx of unhoused from the BART station has been overwhelming for our city, thanks to Supervisor Pine, who's helped us with the funding for Life Moves.
Right.
We're still trying to negotiate with BART to get them to pay for part of that so that we can move them into where Safeway is and Walgreens. So the overflow is impacting us every day. And, what was pointed out here is that the law does not allow us to just take people off the streets unless we are even helping in this area. So we're really, our hands are tied here, and we want the county to work with us. What scares me is you say you have other hotels, and I do hope they're not in MILLBRAE, because that...
No, they're not in MILLBRAE. It's not.
Oh my God, but we are a small city, small budget, so everyone knows that we're trying to be sustainable, and we're trying to
I totally get it.
adjust,
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So those are my questions at this point, and I'm sure there's going to
Thank
be
you,
many
Councilwoman.
others.
Great, thank you.
We're going to come back to the Vice Mayor, but let's go to Councilman Cahalan, Councilman Fung, and then back to Vice Mayor.
I have more, but I'm going to save most of it for after public comment. Just one thing I want to ask, and this might be more for our city manager, but this scenario brings to light that La Quinta is open and interested in selling. So in those scenarios, we can go three ways. They can sell to the county for this purpose. They could sell to another hotel and maintain it a hotel, or they could sell to a private developer, in which case we would lose that TOT as well, correct? So maybe just explaining just how those things play out and what possibilities could happen. This isn't the only scenario where we could lose our city income with the sale of a hotel in this scenario.
Well, I think the difference is there's some assumptions there. And I think that this hotel owner was motivated based on the RFP that was released by the county. We had talked to this particular owner when we were increasing our TOT that the voters approved last November. And there's no indication that, the hotel owner was wanting to sell or whatever. I think there's an opportunity that came up and that, he took advantage of it. In terms of the way the revenue works is as Mr. Callaghy said, and I think everybody knows, is we receive transit occupancy tax. That's 14% on every hotel that's occupied based on the rate, the number of days it's occupied throughout the year. The other is property tax. And then the other is the cost of the city on a per capita basis to produce level of service, right, to the population. And so one of the things based on the nexus is that right now our general fund's 40 million. We've got 23,000 people in the city. On a per capita cost for our general fund, that's $1,739 per capita. So a population of 99, that impact to the city to provide that same level of service is 173,000 and some change. In terms of the assumption, I think the property owners here, I don't know. I mean, if they were to sell it to another hotel, we'd keep the TOT. If they wanted to sell it to a housing developer, then we have other ordinances in place to convert a hotel to a residence. So, yeah. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been fun.
Thank you, Mr. Callaghan. Thanks for joining us this evening on this very important discussion. Let me try to be, here we go, a little better. Let's start with some facts and statistics, if I may. Do you have an estimate, what is the population of homelessness here in San Mateo County? Encompasses all 20 cities as well as the unincorporated area.
Yeah, the best count, thank you for that question, Councilmember. The best estimate that we have is that we have about 1,800 homeless, and about 800 of those are housed right now in various means, whether it's a shelter or interim housing. We have more housing in the pipeline with the Navigation Center fully opening in a couple of weeks. And we've got some more capacity in our shelters that we're going to be filling. So given the street and people sleeping in cars, somewhere between 800 and 1,000 on any given night. And that's why it's so important for us to move these people into interim housing so that we can move them on to permanent housing. There are some great housing projects in the pipeline. I discussed a few of them. I didn't talk about all the ones that the cities were building, like San Mateo and MILLBRAE and others. These are the county ones I was just referring to that we are part of. But since 2012, we've created about 2,400 units countywide, and by we, I mean collectively, all of us. And we've got about another 2,400 in the pipeline now in various stages, some pre-planning and some underway.
Okay, so would it be reasonable to characterize there's roughly about 1,000, is what I'm hearing, of still current homelessness population throughout the county, relatively distributed throughout the county within 20 cities and unincorporated area?
No, I mean, if we look at the census, really Redwood City has taken on the brunt of it. They've taken on the most shelters also. But outside Redwood City, you're right, they're distributed throughout the county. But Redwood City, there's a disproportionate amount in Redwood City.
Okay. And, at the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned 3 hotels has been purchased in Redwood City for the purpose of very deep, affordable housing units, along with obviously the new Navigation Center, which we all visited, that was opened a couple months ago.
Right.
That was also in Redwood City.
Yeah, the permanent housing facilities in Redwood Shores, and then 2 interim hotels. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 interim hotel and then another permanent conversion hotel for permanent low-income housing, and then the Navigation Center. So there's really 4 facilities in Redwood City.
Switching gear a little bit, can you talk a little bit more about your RFP process at which you solicit among La Quinta and many other properties? Were they all hotels that you solicited, or are they, what was the nature of the RFP?
Right, they were all hotels throughout the county that we solicited. The reason that we don't really solicit apartment buildings is because then you have to displace those people to bring the homeless in. Where obviously this is transient in nature, people come and go at hotels, and it's much easier.
Under the assumption that you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that half of the rooms in La Quinta have kitchen, the other half does not. And is it your intention of doing some work? Should this go through, do you have a budget in mind?
I don't have the budget, but our intention is to go ahead and put kitchenettes in all of the units so that they can be classified as permanent low-income housing. And like Mr. Williams said, they would count for your arena numbers, but they would be the lowest, deepest housing available.
Yeah, I mean, so trying to understand all of that, Mr. Callaghan. Obviously, I will say, in front of our constituency, in front of us here tonight, we all have a compassion for those who are less fortunate than all of us.
Yeah.
I mean, functional zero homelessness is an extremely important initiative for the San Mateo County. And if we were to be successful in functional zero homelessness, every city needs to be a part of it. Not one, not two city, but every city needs to be a part of it. Let me follow up with that. And so to that end, Mr. Callaghan, as you also mentioned, there's a certain number of homelessness population being distributed throughout the county. Redwood City took a larger sizable portion of it, and that's why we have some navigation center, we have some facility that would help house the unhoused. And to the end where, we want to be able to address this zero homelessness initiative.
Right.
And every city needs to be a part of it. Now, instead of looking at the hotel, perhaps there could be other alternatives that we can also look into and investigate, whereby every city can have a smaller apartment complexes that perhaps could be converted so that these issues can be addressed across the entire county, and yet does not take away some of the most vital tax revenue we have in our city. And not to mention the fact that you have to spend a sizable revenue in order to renovate these hotels to make it habitable for more of a long-term, deep, affordable housing. So there has to be some alternative here that we could investigate that would more properly and more adequately address the issue of more of a distributed homelessness throughout the entire county, so that it does not take away the tax revenue, and that every city, and I mean every single one of our city in our county, can be a part of this zero homelessness initiative.
Well, I do appreciate the question. And we look at homelessness holistically throughout the county. And the board has been very generous in giving us funding to address this from many different facets, whether it's safe parking or interim or permanent, or supplying money through Measure K for deeply affordable housing, which we see literally distributed all over the county. And a lot of those, as I touched on some of these today, are those where you see in Menlo Park, in Daly City. We've got 400, the largest complex, Midway Village coming on in Daly City, 400 units of deeply affordable housing. It is distributed with the small city of Half Moon Bay giving up one of their precious hotels with a much smaller size in budget and population than MILLBRAE, giving up one of their hotels for interim housing, very different interim housing. So we do, and we're proud of that we see, and that's one thing in San Mateo County. We work together. That's what makes us different than other counties. We all work together and row in the same direction, and everyone feels the pain of societal norms that are out there now that we're trying to correct. So that is something, but to really address your other issue, it's just really not cost effective to go with smaller hotels, because you've got the wraparound services that you have to have there. You'd have to replicate that in smaller forms. And this is much more cost effective to do it this way. And
I understand the cost effectiveness of putting, a larger center to house all of them. But, I think when you look at budgeting, and since you mentioned budgeting, it's a two-way street.
Sure.
Right? The budgeting is not just on cost of services and how to help those who are less fortunate than all of us, but we also have a room full of people here who are really concerned about it, and their concern about budget is just as valid as everyone else's. Absolutely.
And this is something I've seen in every location that we have gone to. This is normal. This is normal. People with questions. That is absolutely normal. They're worried, they're concerned, they're wondering what this is about. I've seen this in every city that we've gone to with these hotels. So I certainly understand where those folks are coming from.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're here to seek pathway to success.
Right.
Here, that's And as you discussed collaborations among cities, I'm going to repeat it like a broken record. Every city need to be a part of it. Not one city, not two city, not three city, but every city need to contribute to this, effective zero homelessness initiative in order for us to be successful.
I couldn't agree more, and maybe some cities don't have the land area to do it, but certainly they can. Certainly they can do it. They can contribute with vouchers, and that's something that they can contribute monetarily. That is absolutely necessary. That is something that the Board of Supervisors, like I indicated, has contributed $8 million for 200 vouchers, unrestricted vouchers that we can use to house people,
Right, and
to subsidize housing.
Right, and I do agree that everybody need to contribute, whether it is, based on land or monetarily.
Right.
And that's why San Mateo County is a county where it integrated all of your tax dollar to help solve this homelessness issue. I mean, every single one of our San Mateo County residents and taxpayers are paying for this.
Absolutely.
So it's not just one particular city that needs to pay. Everybody pays, and everybody helps those who are less fortunate than all of us.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Yes, my question is, you mentioned the different types of housing. You mentioned the immediate beds, and then you just mentioned one here. Could you give us the different levels of housing support services that you provide?
Yes.
And then tell us what this project is specifically.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Goodman. I appreciate the question. So the entry-level housing we have is really the congregate shelter housing, which are beds at Safe Harbor or We Hope. Used to be in Redwood City also until we developed the Navigation Center.
Now, could you stop there and just tell us what does the typical recipient of that type of housing, what does that look like?
It's a large congregate area, much like dorms, with bunk beds that house 70 people, men and women, community shower, not much privacy at all. And that's something that we really looked at during COVID and decided that this is really not the way out of homelessness. We need to offer people the dignity and respect of having their own doorbell, their own doorknob, their own roof over their head, their own opportunity to take a shower in privacy. That's what we started buying hotels. So some of those hotels are acting as shelters. They're interim housing. They're people coming right off the street. And we are working with them with the wraparound services, the same wraparound services that you heard Ms. Stokes talk about in those interim housing. This is much different. This is permanent housing. This is like building a affordable housing complex, but doing it in 6 months rather than 8 years like we're doing down at Mercy for the 170 units. You have wraparound services. They will have leases. They will be permanent residents. They will be shopping here. They will be working here. They will be part of the community here. They are like just anyone else moving into this community. It's just like putting up a new building, much like you've done it down here for affordable housing and moving those people in. So that is now, some of those people may, and again, they'll be paying a third of their income. Unlike interim housing where they don't pay, we're not going to have food delivery services or anything here or operating a kitchen, but they will be paying for their rent. A third of their income will go to that rent, whatever that income is, and then they'll be subsidized, much like other affordable housing units.
Right. So if there's 3 levels, this would be that higher tier level of self-sufficient individuals within our community?
It would be, and our hope is really that a lot of these people, and they do, transition out of this into their own units someday that are not subsidized to make way for others. But I would say that these units, these permanent supportive housing units, are the linchpin to getting to functional zero. We have got to get people out of the interim housing who have been there stuck for a year or 6 months or 8 months and are ready to transition to permanent housing, to be on their own, to thrive on their own, and begin to save money so they can move on to another location.
All right, thank you. And so to be clear, this is not a shelter. This is, the individuals that are recipients of this may be teachers.
Absolutely. We heard from
Community
literally,
members.
thank you for that. We just heard from a teacher the other day, a teacher's aide at the board meeting yesterday, who couldn't afford to live house and is living out of her car.
All right, and then, and speaking of living out of cars, there's been legislation attempted for students to sleep on college campuses in their cars. Is there an opportunity for there to be, because there's a tremendous homeless student population at the community college level, is there any opportunity for any of these slots to be available for unhoused students?
That's a good question. I think we need to look into that. Absolutely. Yeah, to the extent that, yeah, absolutely.
All right, and then lastly, you've already talked about it, but just to get a definite that you have and you continue to meet with city staff to mitigate the projected loss of TOT and other impacts this project will have on our city. But will you, after this meeting, will you continue to create opportunities for our city staff to work with you to find solutions of other ways that we can mitigate the loss?
Mr. Williams is a great negotiator, and we have an open dialogue. We have an open dialogue, and we'll be continuing to talk about this. Listen, you know, we're trying to solve a very difficult problem here, and we're not trying to burden anyone. I understand that it is a burden,
Right.
but that's not our intent.
Okay. And then to the city manager, can I ask a question of you? Is that appropriate? With regards to this loss, can you just give me, I guess, a breakdown of what the actual loss has been in TOT from this property from, say, 2018 or back pre-COVID to now?
Yes, so the trend in TOT from this particular hotel, and I will say, unlike sales tax, TOT is public. So we can disclose that per hotel. So the level starting in 2019 was 576,000. And then obviously in 2020, COVID hit. Let me give you that number. It was just shy of 200,000. And then 2021 started to shoot up about 300,000. 2022 annualized 400,000. 2023 so far in the first 5 months, we're projecting right around 475 to 500,000.
Okay. And then could you tell me, like, through your creative managing of the city, what ways or how much money do you anticipate us, new dollars that you've been able to create with the city staff?
Well, so that's a great question. So the new hotel that opened up, Residence Inn, is going to be generating approximately 900 to 1.1 million in TOT a year, plus all of the property tax that project assessed valuation at build out, and we're still getting that on the tax roll. Will be somewhere right around 400 to 450 million.
Okay.
So all in all, with that development known as the Gateway at MILLBRAE, in addition to the almost 1 million square feet of biotech, we'll be generating about $2.5 million in additional revenue to the city when everything's stabilized.
And then are you also exploring new locations for hotels throughout the city in the downtown area with our new adopted downtown plan?
Of course, we own, I don't know if it's benefit of the public, but we own the property, the parking lot, surface parking lot, just to the east of Peter's Cafe. That's been identified as a hotel site by the city council, and so that is an opportunity for an additional hotel. As the mayor said, we're right now in the process of negotiating with high-speed rail to try to move them out of the way so we can productively move the build out of that blighted 8 acres forward. So we do have a lot in the pipeline.
Okay, and then also, would you say that it's in the mission of the city to do our part in supplying some type of resolution for our homeless residents and those that are within our borders?
I think, as Mr. Callaghan said, I think the discussion with the council, yeah, I think it is all of our obligation. I believe as a governmental agency, well, let me back up. I guess if we do nothing, is that going to solve the problem?
Right.
I get complaints, for example, of homeless being, on the sidewalk or blocking an ATM. We now know that based on the Ninth Circuit decision that was, I think the Ninth Circuit, their first decision was going on 5 years ago. It was requested that they take a look at it two weeks ago. The Ninth Circuit upheld that decision that said if you don't have residential rooftops for the unhoused, then you cannot enforce removing them from the street or from the
So
sidewalk.
what does that mean? Does that mean that you go to
So that mean-
Walgreens, you go to Safeway, and if there's someone there blocking your pathway, you can call the sheriff, but our hands are tied?
Correct. There's nothing that the sheriff can do unless we have the supply of rooftops. If they're committing a crime, that's different.
Right.
Correct. If somebody's publicly intoxicated, if they're committing a crime, of course. But that's why the city also invested $500,000 annually in Life Moves.
Right.
And I think, as Mr. Callaghan said, having additional resources for social services to augment what we would otherwise have to fund is a way to move this forward. And I do think it addresses, the needs of the community. So, as Mike said, and he flattered me there, so I'll do anything he wants. Just kidding. It is important, and I think Mike understands that, and we'll continue to have that dialogue, and I think he knows we're a small city and that we struggle fiscally, but we're on the road, as you're identifying here, we're on the road to diversifying our tax base, being able to, for the first time as a bedroom community, get a revenue stream in that's not so dependent on TOT, that's dependent on, we have our first corporate headquarters coming to the city, Icon. First corporate headquarters in the history of the city. There's sales and use tax that'll be generated from the point of sale from that particular headquarters. So, I think our road to becoming a city and being fiscally sustainable and providing the level of service that the community demands, that quite frankly, over the last 25 years, hasn't been there for this city. We're on a road to providing those services in a high quality city.
Yeah, so to that point, I guess my overall question is this a financial issue, or is it a humanitarian issue that we have presented before us when you talk about where we're projected with regards to our city finances over the next few years?
Yeah, I think it's both, right? And I think that's what this dialogue, and this is what,
Well, I mean, obviously, yes, we have to negotiate. We have to get as much as we can from the county because there will be a net loss.
Yeah.
But if we are doing that, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can focus on that, but we could also do exactly what you said, where we're actualizing millions of dollars as opposed to thinking about losing dollars. And so if we could do that and still think about our city and how we respond to our neighbors, that's important equally. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Gina, and then I'm going to bring it back to me. And public, you've been incredibly patient, then we'll move on to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry to repeat. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Gina, Councilwoman, you're next, then it'll come back to me. And then public, thank you for your patience. We're going to go, the city clerk has been doing them in the order that they've come in, so I'll start calling you. If I'm going to call a couple of names, well, let Gina finish and I'll bring it back.
Mayor, bring to your attention, we have 124 people on Zoom as well. So
How many names do we have on, how many hands up on Zoom? 6. We have 6 up on Zoom and 22 here. We've got 28. We're keeping it 2 minutes.
Okay, just, people can still raise their hand, just to throw it
Okay,
out.
thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to point out here, the financial and the humanitarian are both important issues here. If you drive down our streets, they're crumbling. So whatever finances we have right now and even into the future, it's not enough to sustain the city. And so this is why we are concerned and we appreciate working with the county here and we realize the overall concept, but really knowing that we're trying to head down the road here, but that road is really deteriorating. So we have pipes that are 50 years old and we're 75 years in. So again, whatever's happening here, it comes down to the sustainability. And again, we appreciate working with the county. This is not a simple fix no matter what. So even the future finances that are coming in, not enough. Just want that to be recognized. We know that because I can point it out everywhere here. So hopefully we can work together here. And I just wanted to make sure we noted that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Over the weekend, I opened up your budget book, the county's budget book, our budget book for the last 2 years. And it starts with a really interesting page called Shared Vision 2025, of which the county commits to working with the communities in a collaborative fashion and to work for a healthy, safe, livable, prosperous, environmentally conscious, and collaborative community countywide. Now, I could be really nasty and say, did a Burlingame hotel apply? So we're losing $600,000, but during COVID, the county took over the Vagabond Hotel and Burlingame got the TOT. You're taking over hotel and we're losing $600,000 under current dollars, on all the future dollars. The vice mayor is fairly new to MILLBRAE. This is my 8th year on council. I work in the environmental field. I live, eat, and breathe climate change and climate resiliency. Our homes here do not have air conditioning. We don't have a lot of trees. We've lost most of our forests. We waited for the county to finish their canopy survey so that we would know where to put our trees, but then the county dropped that project. We can't afford to do a $50,000 tree inventory survey so that we know which of your homes could benefit by tree cover or a white roof to reduce down your energy costs so that come the next heat wave, your seniors and your children who are most susceptible to heat impacts can be protected. That $600,000 is another reason why we haven't done a tree inventory since 1992, why we have the second worst roads, why Hillsborough gets more money per roads. And I will thank Supervisor Pine, who got back to me for a request I made last week. I have been serving on the county's bike pedestrian committee. I know where the money has gone for the last 8 years. And we've gotten one grant, and it's only because we had four partners on that committee at that time. We have never gotten any other funding. If you look at any of the other measures of funding, we do not get it. So should we be equitable? Should we open our arms to everybody when we have paid the financial price for this county? No. And I may be the only council person up here. Yes, I would love to see seniors homed. So let's do more with HIP housing. We have the largest senior population here. You talked about SMTA. The only bus that runs in MILLBRAE runs down El Camino Real, but San Bruno has a shuttle system. San Mateo has a shuttle system. Burlingame has a shuttle system. You just started a shuttle system for East Palo Alto and Half Moon Bay, and there's no shuttle system yet. Our seniors who are house trapped up in their hill and can't come down. We applied for an electric bus. We're the largest transportation largest multimodal train station west of the Mississippi. We applied for an electric shuttle. And who did this county give money to? A road diet to Burlingame for $3.1 million using our train station and no shuttle for us. I will tell you, and if I am angry, I'm angry because I have looked at the dollars throughout the system, not just San Mateo County's money, but CCAG's money, but SMTA's money. At the MTA, although I heard today we're getting a little bit of Metropolitan Transit Authority, but we have fallen through the cracks for 75 years. And now you're taking $600,000 and you're gonna offer us 1 year of making us whole, but you're leaving us with perpetuity in a hole. It's not fair. And in your very vision documents, I can go through healthy and safe community, increased life expectancy. In your environmental documents, this county does not recognize what noise does to us. This county and the various cities in the county did not help us when we finally had a study that would help us with noise. you've ignored it. And when you talk about environment, you talk about sea level rise. Our own one shoreline didn't even hold South San Francisco, the airport, accountable for 6.2 acres that doesn't pay property tax, that runs their heavy equipment over our brand new roads and our brand new Bay Trail when it's built next year, tearing it up, making it unsafe. But that's a regional benefit. But the county wasn't there. Our supervisorial representative on SFO Roundtable was not there. Our representative on One Shoreline was not there. If you look at every aspect that controls our lives, we are left out of the pot. Every single one. And I based on 8 years. And I thank Supervisor Pine for agreeing to start looking into where the dollars flow. So yes, homelessness is a regional issue, but we are paying the price. What, do we get any credit? Do the other cities pay for the homeless at the BART station? I know Measure K dollars, which are our sales tax dollars, Measure K, doled out by the Board of Supervisors, our dollars. Are they equally funded across communities? Are they equally funded geographically? Are they equally funded to the cities in need? On that, I don't know. The analysis of where the money has gone over the last 20 years of CCAG and the last X number of years for Measure K will show that. So if it is true, as Councilwoman Pappen says, we have no say, you are not living up to an environmentally conscious, livable, prosperous city of MILLBRAE. We're going to go downhill. We're just climbing out of the hill we have been in my entire life. I remember my parents when we moved to MILLBRAE and I was in 5th grade saying, MILLBRAE has been in the hole because we chose, the state Supreme Court required us to choose either Mills Estates or the viable commercial land, and our predecessors chose housing. And we have been hurting ever since then because we are a bedroom community. And we're finally getting the commercial mix we need to balance commercial residential. Commercial subsidizes residential. When we lose commercial, it is more than a loss of 600,000. It is also the fact that you will not pay developer fees. You will not pay community benefits. We've got the school board here tonight. We will not be able to upgrade our sewer system, which drains into Landing Lane in that area because you don't have to. The county, a government agency, does not have to pay those community benefits. So you are making us hurt in multiple ways, including the things about a prosperous community, including the one that I really love here, a collaborative community. Our leaders will forge partnerships, promote regional solutions with an informed and engaged residents. You, the Board of Supervisors, voted for this. You approved it on June 27th, and my meeting with you was June 30th. How is that collaborative? It's a done deal before you come to us. So every person here has the right. We have the right to be angry. We have history behind us on continual abuse by this county. So yeah, should we house our seniors? Absolutely. Should we house people? Absolutely. And we are doing our part. And now you are doing a huge economic hit on us. This is not a discussion of putting homeless people into homes, which they deserve. It is how you are making MILLBRAE pay a price that no other city in the county has to pay. I guess my ego could say I like that. Ann will shut up now, and Ann will start calling everyone. I'm going to call a couple of names, so if you're kind of trapped inside the sea of chairs, please work your way up here. Staff, I am asking that you record the questions that the public are answering, that it gets answered. And first up is Mr. John Muniz. And then after John Muniz is Christine DiNucci, and then Julie Forkham.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is John Muniz, a resident of MILLBRAE. A disaster is looming over every citizen of the great city of MILLBRAE. MILLBRAE would reap a financial and social disaster if the La Quinta or any other hotel or motel was purchased by the county for use as an unhoused transitional facility. The unhoused industrial complex would take effect. This is the way to keep tax dollars flowing into the unhoused with no real solutions, a revolving door of the unhoused. Before BART commenced service to MILLBRAE in 2003, we didn't have an unhoused problem. An unhoused facility in MILLBRAE would invite a huge city budget shortfall, drugs, crime, social decay. I don't want to see MILLBRAE become what other cities have become. We have an outstanding schools, safe streets, excellent recreational facilities, a vibrant multicultural downtown. That is just emerging from the pandemic. The La Quinta Inn is located 2 blocks from a high school, a grammar school, and a daycare center is across the street. The safety of our children and our residents are the highest priority. Soon the El Rancho will be developed, and MILLBRAE will lose another TOD tax loss due to these taxes will bring havoc to MILLBRAE's budget that is relied upon for city services such as police, fire, recreational facilities. Our place in the sun will become an unhoused utopia. Let us not put the citizens of MILLBRAE last. Let's put the citizens of MILLBRAE first. Unite and fight for MILLBRAE. Unite and fight for MILLBRAE.
Stop, please. Okay. And then Julie Forkham.
Well, I guess I don't have to say too much because everything's been said, but this is my partner in crime here from MILLBRAE. It's Doris, and she's the fake mayor of MILLBRAE. Everybody knows her, though. Do you guys all know Doris? Anyway, first of all, thanks for, I only have 2 minutes, so I'll make it fast. I've been here all my life. I won't say how many years that is because I'll give away my age, and I don't like talking about my age. Yeah. Okay, 1 more minute. Oh, no, I'm scared. Anyway, the worst thing about this whole thing is I want to help these homeless. Doris and I are at night. We want to always help them do it. I know them by name. They talk to us. I say, get off the street. We go in there and buy them things sometimes at Walgreens. I'm at night with my German Shepherds walking. I see the people. It's the same people. We need social services for them. They need to be helped, not just saying, let's give them a hotel room and put them in there. That's not the solution, okay? And as Doris knows, what? This is what's really upsetting. So we pay for Life Moves. I don't know if any of you know this. We pay $150,000 for, and then the San Mateo County also pays $150,000. So that's $300,000. I've never seen them ever. We've tried to call several times. They've never come once to help these people. And they're talking about having this special person, a clinician, to come and help. That's not going to happen. We need these people on board to help us with the police. I love our police. We need more police. The crime and you can't even leave your car. I had 2 homeless people on my street on Elder setting up camp. That can't happen here. That's really sad. And you know, the guy was a total meth head, and the police came, their hands are tied. They can't do anything. And so it's a revolving, like we say, those are the people that need help. You just kick them back. They go down to Redwood City and they come back again. Am I done with my 2 minutes?
You are.
Okay, I just want to thank Dr. Tig and Dr. Ryan for being here. Thank you.
Julie. After Julie Forkham is Deanne Dolness. Sorry if I mispronounced. Diane Dolness. And Stephen Shea. Go ahead, Julie.
Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, I read in the San Mateo Daily Journal that San Mateo County is already negotiating with the owners of the La Quinta Hotel to purchase it for homeless housing. This approach is backwards. The residents of MILLBRAE, through the elected City Council, decide what is best for what is in the best interest of our city, not some removed county government or county agency. A proposal should have been duly noted for our residents to respond before any efforts were made by the county to go around what the majority of MILLBRAE residents think about this issue. Similar models to this county's proposal have failed in San Francisco, as numerous homeless do not want housing. If they go into hotels, they end up trashing them, and one more sheriff will not be enough, as crime will go up. Please leave MILLBRAE to MILLBRAE. The majority of us residents know what is best. I urge our City Council to reject San Mateo County's inappropriate efforts to convert one of our few hotels that brings in crucial revenue to fund our police, fire department, and schools to homeless housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Dion, I don't know if it's Dion Bolness or Dullness. Oh, go, very good. Diane, and then Stephen Shea, and then Marion Kong, and Alice Kwong.
I'll keep it short because I don't want to repeat what everybody else has said, but I've lived in MILLBRAE since 1976, and needless to say, there's been a lot of changes, especially after BART came in. More crime, people on drugs, people passed out on the street. My question to Mr. Callaghy is, why MILLBRAE? There's empty buildings up and down the county. I see them all the time. Apartment buildings empty up and down the corridor. BART brings enough problems here already. We don't need more. We need more revenue so that we can keep our tax-paying citizens safe, which means more officers, and we need more revenue to accomplish this. Supposedly, we pay life moves, which we just heard about, but I've never seen them either. I, on my own, have tried to call them several times. Their voicemail's full, no one answers. And the one time I did get through, I was told that they don't serve MILLBRAE. So, of course, yes, that's what I was told. So, of course, it falls on our good law enforcement officers to deal with these calls. It overburdens our officers and our city resources, which are already stretched to the limit. As someone else said, the La Quinta's near schools, senior citizen housing, parks, a daycare, and as we are all aware, a lot of these homeless people on the streets need help, a lot of times related to drugs or mental illness, and they refuse to be housed. Law enforcement's hands are tied because they can't make them go in. There's many locations where there are empty buildings more suitable, which takes me back to my original question. Why MILLBRAE? Why do we have to give up our much-needed revenue when there are empty buildings up and down the county? I hope you keep in mind the safety and well-being of the citizens of this city. That should be your first priority.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen? And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name. They do it with Schneider, too.
Okay, just to help you, my last name actually pronounced as Chi. You say cheese, you drop the S. Okay, I am really shocked to learn tonight. This is my first time participating in this type of meeting. But I am really shocked tonight to hear from Ms. Papan that we have no say in our future. You guys make the decision for us? Who are you?
Come on out, come on. You guys, stop, please.
I know your name is Mike
We won't get
Callaghy,
through
and you
tonight.
are the
Please.
county executive. But who gives you the right to make that decision that you chose MILLBRAE? What do you know about MILLBRAE? I live here since 1977. 45 years.
Come on,
All right.
folks.
But the point I want to make is, I really like to know from you, how do you come to this decision? Who gave you the right? Did the Constitution give you the right? No, I don't think so. This is a democratic country, isn't it? Where is our right? I want to know, where is my right as a resident of this beautiful city that I have lived for 45 years? I want to know, where is my right? And Ms. Schneider, you have my vote for the rest of my life.
Thank you. Marion, then Alice. Marion, Alice, you're up next. Marion and Alice. Either one. Marion first, then Alice. And then Nancy Kane, and then Stephanie Taylor.
Okay, I actually came in here to protest. I don't have any written statement, but I heard the presentation, very detailed. But I just have some questions. Because I heard they say is $2.5 million a year management fee. So divided by 100 units, that's $25,000 a year to support those needed people who only pay 1/3 of the rent. So when the funding exhausts, where the money come from? Okay, that's first question. The second question is, I appreciate that you want to offset our revenue loss for 1 year, provide one deputy. What happened the second year? What happened the third years? And then the other revenue loss is actually to me is there are street pavement. I want our street repaved. Do you know how bad our streets are today? It's really bad. Okay, so maybe our great council can somehow find the money to pave our street. I even had to record a request to pay one of my neighbor's street for 3 years. Okay, now, and then the clinician, is that for 1 year, 2 years? It's a 24-hour job or it's just 8-hour job a day? That's another question. Okay, and then one deputy is for every year to come, to the years to come, or just 1 year? That's very important. Okay, and then I have some other thing. Oh, and then actually, I wasn't really sure. I even want to ask. I heard our city manager just said the very last statement about the TOT revenue from this particular hotel in 2023. In 5 months, they brought in $475,000. Did I hear that correctly?
Ms. Kong?
That was the annualized amount. Projected annual.
How much they come in first 5 months? You reported it. I remember.
Ms. Kong, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, continue. I want to continue. And one more. This is very important because I see after pandemic, the hotel business is getting better, and I want the hotel owner to consider the MILLBRAE. Consider MILLBRAE, your neighbors, okay, before you make decisions.
Time is up.
And then I have, okay.
Your time is up.
Okay, and then I have
Marion, that's okay. Alice, go on, please. Marion. As Alice is walking to the podium for her 2 minutes, Alice, please go to the podium so you're on tape. Alice, we won't pick you up. Alice, we can't pick you up on TV if you're not at the podium.
Alice, your time is starting, so you're on the record.
Alice, you're losing your time. Please go
Ms. Kwong, please speak at the podium. Your 2 minute begins at the podium, please.
Okay. Okay. Your clock is ticking though, Alice.
Okay, now, I want this gentleman stand up here, answer our questions. He don't have a confidence. I see all the time, he only facing the council, never facing our audience, because he don't have a confidence. He lack of confidence to stolen our MILLBRAE's benefit. You all ask. Please stand up here. Look at the audience. Even you say a B, C, all those, because you try to escape all the people against your options. Please stand up here. Answer our questions. Can you?
Alice, you can direct your questions through the council.
Okay, number one, our MILLBRAE is not going to only lose the tax income from the hotel. Lost all of us, the safety zone, because we are living here for our life. Here's our hometown. You don't have a right to stolen our safety zones. And the second, it's not only the hotel business. People will be afraid to come to MILLBRAE and lost additional business. And also our city, majority people is even I'm senior already. Yeah, I'm senior. I'm afraid to go to downtown because You saying he offer us one more cup. That means in the future day, once those buildings occupied by those HUMKey person, our safety zone is getting lower.
Ms. Kwong?
More unsafe, right? That's why you offer us additional
Ms. Kwong?
police. That's
sorry.
not okay.
We need to pull up Nancy Kane. Nancy Kane.
You owning your house. How much you're making? You're making money is our tax dollar.
Ms. Kwong, your time is up. Please sit down.
You are not doing a good mathematics. You lost our
Ms. Kwong, please.
No.
Please.
This person is someone with
We need to give everybody a fair opportunity to speak, please. Everybody gets 2
He's never
minutes.
facing our audience.
Alice.
Can you, anyone against the project, please raise your hand. Anyone against the project, please raise your hand.
Deputy.
Alice.
See how many people?
Ms. Kwong, please sit down.
Okay, I'm done.
Please sit down.
Guys, I'm with you, but it's slowing the process down. Please be respectful, and we don't want to scare our county visitors. We do want them to spend some time so they learn what it's really like here in Millbrae. Stephanie Taylor, and then Mai Lee Lin, and then Lakshya Desai. Ms. Taylor. And it was
Thank you.
a pleasure speaking with you on the phone today.
Likewise. My name is Stephanie Taylor. I'm a Millbrae resident. I understand Governor Newsom has implemented the HomeKey project and pushed it out to counties with head-spinning deadlines. Counties, in turn, are pressuring cities, and if either pushes back, Attorney General Bonta is ready to sue cities into compliance. With that being said, thank you for making yourself available to listen to concerns and answering questions. As the decisions you make in your role as CEO of the county affect me, I have some expectations of you and your colleagues. The first is to be transparent. You described current examples. What is the frequency and type of calls of service to the locations since their inception? That could exceed embedded resources. What are other challenges that have emerged? What's your exit strategy? Let's say you eradicate homelessness. What's the wind down strategy for the Project HomeKey sites? You mentioned resource adjustments you're going to make. Well, minimum patrol staffing is 2 deputies for 22,000 residents. This isn't safe for the deputies. It's not safe for the residents. What do the sheriffs and fire and medics have to say? Look at the call logs. Look at all the next door griping. The police didn't show up. The police didn't show up. And yes, it's important to talk to the chief or the sheriff of these agencies, but it's critical you actually talk to the boots on the ground personnel as well, all 2 of them per shift. Will existing Millbrae residents be prioritized over non-Millbrae residents? Will low-income Millbrae residents be disadvantaged in any way regarding Project HomeKey? Please answer those questions. Number 2, my second expectation is do no foreseeable harm. These hotel properties generated money for the city when they operated as hotels. Operating as a government-subsidized residential community, they will not only generate no revenue, they will expectedly strain existing resources, such as fire, medics, police, and public works. Millbrae currently operates with insufficient general fund revenue. We have limited revenue-generating options.
Ms. Taylor, I'm sorry.
I'm almost done. We have unmet needs that you will further stress. We need road repair. We need parks accessible to our easterly residents. In 2018, you noted your priorities included public safety, health, fiscal responsibility, and promoting the Board of Supervisors' goals.
Thank you, Ms.
How do you reconcile making a decision that will further financially stress a small, unique city like
Thank you,
Millbrae,
Ms. Taylor.
who has already demonstrated in numerous ways a commitment to affordable housing?
Miley Lin, and then Ben Chan, Boy Chan.
Good evening, everybody. I think the hotel is very important to all the Samatel country. If for the foreign income people go to my country, they can spend thousand of money to our Samatel country and give me a lot of the economic benefit. And the second one, if the hotel live the 100 family in there. They should have 200 parking place. And they don't have so much parking place. Should happen bumper to bumper, happen heavy traffic. And they should park in our meetings place. Then our meetings, they don't have a parking place. We cannot do the meetings. So I think the owner hotel is very important to the Sametel country. They can give the Sametel country a lot of the economic benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chan. Ms. Lui. Bell Chan, and if Councilman Fung said that you're the owner of the restaurant in La Quinta, I get our Japanese food from you. It's very good. Please join us.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the council here and the people of MILLBRAE. My name is Bell. We have operated Japanese restaurant in the Quinta Hotel.
Stop.
Yes. Because of we have the tenants agreement expired at the end of this May. And we have go through a several discussion with the operation manager. She's the daughter of the owner. And then we come to finalize the tenancy agreement. However, they have to go back to their home country in May, and then we pass the case to their hotel manager. We sign the tenancy agreement in front of the hotel manager, but unfortunately, on June 6th, when the owner come back, they told me that they have to possibility to sell the property to the Sametel County. The county doesn't want to see there's a restaurant because, or even you may not have the restaurant there because there will be a homeless, different people walking around there. It's not good for business. But I say we have the tenancy agreement signed already. But they said, because my dad is not in the hotels, he's back to his home country, and there's no authorization of anyone signing with us. They make use of the legal process and make the excuse to kick us out. And then on June 27, we have the termination list because they used of the original list that was expired and forced us to leave by the end of 27 this July. I believe that your projects help what we need to help. The elderly people, senior people, and the homeless people. I totally agree. We need to help certain extent of the people. But do you think the other side of people like us, we are hurt by this project? Actually, this is a personal deal with the private owner and the tenants.
Mr. Chan, time is up.
Okay.
But very much appreciate.
I hope that we are live in front of the righteous truth. That is what we have, American spirit.
Thank you. Lakshya Desai. I think they're coming up here. Then it would be Tom Myers, Sissy Koa, Jean Ahern. If you can start getting ready to get up to the podium. Welcome, Mr. Desai.
Hello. My name is Lakshya Desai. I was born and raised in MILLBRAE. My father before me was born and raised in MILLBRAE. And my grandfather is the proud owner of the La Quinta Inn and Suites. For as long as I can remember, it's been my dream and my family's dream for me to run our hotel as a multi-generation business. Unfortunately, with the current economic climate, as San Francisco declines, more hotels are being built in the area, and increased cost of operation, we are forced to make this decision as it is difficult to keep the hotel running. Our family has put blood, sweat, and tears into running this hotel, but the profitability over the years has slowly declined. Nobody wants to sell their American dream, but in this case, we have to. I wanted to come up here on behalf of my family and say that we hold similar apprehensions about the future of the property as the many petitioners here today, but we feel as though this is the only course of action we can take. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Desai. And we have loved having the family here. This is not anything against the hotel. You get to treat your property as you want.
Good evening. My name is Cici Cole. I am the MILLBRAE resident. I am the parents. And every day by the school year, I need to walking out from the hotel, this pick up my daughter. So I guess I from the hotel change for the homeless home key because I really nervous in my everyday pick up my daughter discussed by this hotel for the homeless shelter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Koa. Tom Myers, are you still here? I've got your car. If you're Tom, could you wave at me? Thank you, Tom. After Tom is Jean Ahern. And then Michael Kelly.
All right, thank you, Mayor, for standing up for us. We really appreciate it. I have a report here, third-party report written by Pacific Research Institute regarding Project Home Key. It's entitled Project Home Key Provides No Way Home for California Homelessness. Let me read you some excerpts from the report. Early evidence of the Project Home Key is not encouraging. Based on the homeless counts from the Department of HUD, the state's homeless problem persists despite billions of dollars in expenditures. Reports from Los Angeles, San Francisco, and the rest of the Bay Area demonstrate Project Home Key is costly and rife with abuse. The renovated housing units are plagued with violence, drugs, and failing to address the core problems of many of the homeless people fall into homelessness in the first place. It goes on to cite, too, San Francisco. Let's go on and find San Francisco here for you. Actually, this article is from the San Francisco Chronicle, and it cites the problem with these types of hotels is reports of severe rodent infestation, tenderloin. One individual set up a tent inside her house to keep the mice away. Residents threatening each other with knives, crowbars, guns is so common that sometimes the police were called to the building several times a day. Death has also been frequent, with at least 9 people succumbing to drug overdoses through the late April 2022. Well, who knows? Probably everything.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
One thing, even though San Francisco is slightly smaller than other states, California city's homelessness budget, San Francisco's homelessness budget is $1.1 billion a year.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. You guys are taking away my credibility. Keep on moving. Mr. Ahern, Mr. Kelly, and Amy Lauer. Thank you, Amy.
Hello, MILLBRAE. I've been here 50 years, and what I've seen over the 50 years is at one time, our council people had the power to vote up or down any situation that would come our way. As you can hear from representatives on both sides, the word mandate has come up. I don't even know why most of us even showed up tonight. We are really upset and disgusted with what's happening, but we have really no say. It's a done deal. In fact, when they were talking with each other, it was like we weren't even in the room. They're already approving things and setting the road up for this to happen. And this is a mandate from the governor's office that shows you be careful who you vote for. The trickle down vote is happening to us, you know. And MILLBRAE has been a great town to me, and I just hate to see some of these changes coming our way.
Thank you, Mr. Ahern. Mr. Kelly. After Mr. Kelly, Freeman Peng, and then Katie Joe.
Good evening, Michael Kelly. I live on Kelly Lane. Thank you, County. I think it's a fantastic project. And please let me explain why, and you can keep it down. The people that came in here with these points
stop,
had the questions
please.
already
Stop.
formulated,
Hey,
and you
stop.
You heard answers. These are people that have already been vetted through this system. They are already sober. They're getting treatment.
Stop. I'll start your time over. Stop. You guys, we are a community. We are going to have different opinions. If that continues, you leave me no choice but to empty the room. And you don't want that. So please stop now, or I will have to have the deputies empty the room. Mr. Kelly, we're starting your clock back. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm still Michael Kelly, and I'm still really happy about this project. And what I would like to share is that there's two components. What's going to happen with the hit to the tax base is disappointing. It's something that we have a great interest in keeping the revenue coming in, but we're not entitled to it. And new hotels are coming up, and there's new sources coming. So that's one item. The Lakshya family can sell it to whoever they want to if they need or want to. We don't get to say what they get to do with their property. And if they need the money, they're going to do that. The county's going to buy it and help people that have already been vetted. They're already sober. They've already been put through the process. They've already been put through the process. And what happens when you look at the humanity side of it is when these are people, I see a lot of people in here that have complained about this project that claim to be religious. So think about your savior, your God, your prophet. What would that entity do?
Stop!
No, I'm not going to get out of here. I'm going to share this.
And you were going to leave me no choice but to vacate the room. Be kind and considerate to your neighbors.
Mayor, if I also may just advise the public, please speak through the mayor and the council, address the council, not the public.
Okay, public, can you hear that? If you've got an issue, bring it to me. But please wait, we have cards. Mr. Kelly, go ahead. Clock had been stopped.
It's down to 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
I have more than 30 seconds coming.
Edward, did we know when the clock stopped?
I would say roughly at about 50-second mark.
Okay. Can we go and give him 50 seconds on the clock?
And the speaker's comments are to be to the council, not the
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. The speakers need to address the council, not the
So
public.
I would like to thank the council. I think every council member had excellent comments tonight. Thank you very much. What I would like to share also from the humanistic perspective is when people are in recovery, they get better and the community benefits. I was drunk and an addict, and I still am, and I've been sober 22 years. And now I work with your youth. I work with Lakshya. I'm a mentor to 110 youth in MILLBRAE, and I'm a recovering alcoholic and addict. These programs helped me to help MILLBRAE. I work with community groups. I work with the Lions and all these groups doing good things. And people like me are salvageable. I thought I was too broken to fix.
Please stop.
I thought I was too broken to fix, and I've been able to make a difference in MILLBRAE after getting the help I needed and housing. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Kelly. Freeman Peng, stop. Enough. Please. After Freeman Peng is Katie Joe, and after Katie is, and we're getting closer to the end, Bonnie Jean Patton, and then Marge Colapietro.
My name is Freeman. I live in here for about 12 years. So first of all, I listened to something about discrimination, unrespectful. Asian is considered to be foreigners. I look at foreigners here. My son looks foreigner. He write an article, it's called Perpetual Foreigner. Okay, this is one thing I just want to emphasize, is response for vulnerable and respectful in this country. So I know this is not related to that. So if you guys, the sole purpose is to come here, inform MILLBRAE your decision, I think it's the failure of democracy.
Mr. Peng.
This is how I feel.
Mr. Peng, if you can address your comments to the city council, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So, and also is that functional zero. How many people or how many politicians or how many officials here believe in functional zero? What is the root cause for all these problems? Homeless and unhoused or whatever. What is the root cause? Did anyone talk about the root cause why we have people live in the street? I didn't see it in many metropolitan cities when you travel around the world. Even in a third world country, possibly you don't see that many human drop in the street. That's ridiculous. So, and also another thing, also the same US city, I just got back from Charlotte. I didn't see a homeless over there. So what is the major difference between here and Charlotte? So that said is that there's a solution. Possibly you guys don't know. And possibly you need to work harder to find out what is the root cause, what is the right cure for the problems like this. And also another thing, I don't want to...
Mr. Peng, you're down to your last 4 seconds.
All right.
I thank you very much, but we're here to listen to you and to include the questions to the county.
Yeah, find out the root cause and, you know.
Thank you. Katie Jo. Bonnie Jean Patton, and then Marge Colapietro.
Hello, my name is Katie. I am a MILLBRAE resident. My family and I have lived here since 2006. I think I may not have the most popular opinion tonight, but I do live here, and this is my home, and so I would ask for kindness in what I'm about to say. I'm an attorney. I work with primarily low-income folks in the South Bay, many of whom live in permanent supportive housing like this, and I can tell you it changes lives, it saves lives. And I think if we're worried about homelessness, no, this is not going to address all of our problems right away, but I tell you, I have seen this save lives. And it makes me, I will say, sad and a little bit ashamed that the emotions that I see here in this room with my neighbors and my friends and my community is fear and cynicism and not wanting to welcome people in. I know we are better than that. And I know we have it in us that if you meet these people whose lives are changed and saved by this kind of housing, that you would respond to them with compassion, that if you met them, you would treat them, you would welcome them, and you would treat them kindly and with gentleness, because that's how my family and I have been received here. And so I know these issues are complex. I know there's a lot of fear. I feel that too. I live here too. But I would ask that we all take a step back and think about the people we're talking about and the opportunity we have as a community right now. Forget what Burlingame is doing, what Hillsborough is doing. I get it, it's annoying, but we have an opportunity as a community to welcome people in and to be better than just being afraid and just being angry in the way that we are. So those are my comments, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jo. Bonnie Jean Patton.
Good evening, council members. I'm here just to say I do object to the La Quinta turning into unhoused. I'm sorry, I work at a school district. There's 4 schools in the area. And yes, the homeless do need help. I no longer shop very, very little in MILLBRAE because I feel unsafe. I've been approached in Safeway parking lot. I don't like being here. And this is sad. I'm a lifetime MILLBRAE resident, and this is awful. And looking at the revenue, we're going to lose that revenue from that hotel. We're going to lose El Rancho due to housing. That's wrong. That's history that we are destroying and losing monies. MILLBRAE really needs to step it up. San Mateo County should not be walking in here saying, this is what we're going to do with the hotel. That's revenue. I drove by there last night and there were several cars waiting to go into La Quinta Hotel. And it was 10:30 at night. So obviously they still have a good business. With BART and with all the homeless that are coming off of that BART station, my grandson, I had to bring him home last night because he lives across the bay, but he didn't want to get on BART either. So I mean, there's a lot of safety issues here that we need to look at as a community, for young and old, and for our schools, and for our elderly, because I'm getting there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patton. Marge Colapietro. After Marge is Roberta Patton, and then Angela Chizoy. I'm really ruining that name, I apologize. And then Guy Young.
Good evening. My name is Marge Colapietro, and I'm very happy to and very proud to say that I'm now starting my 59th year of living in this wonderful city. And everyone who knows me knows that I love our city, and I want our city to be a shining star. I always thought that our city was filled with people who have compassion and who care about each other, and that we want to look out for the good of all. So I was listening to the comments, and there was many comments about safety and security in our city, and I wholeheartedly agree that we need to maintain a good public safety services for our city, and that we need to, with the influx of more people, we need to have additional police and fire services. And Mr. Callaghy, where are you? Oh, where is he? Oh, there you are. I was just writing down some notes and thinking about the cost of these wonderful projects that
Former Mayor
San Mateo-
Colapietro, your time is up. We're happy to take your comments and make sure that we get them to the county.
I didn't write them down, so
But if you send them to me, I'm happy to make sure they get there.
I wanted to hear the people, to hear me, because there's a lot of stress.
Understood, and this is not going to be the last meeting on this, and hopefully you will be back. Roberta Patton. And they live on Truesdale, 2613 Truesdale. No, not Roberta. I can't read the handwriting. I think it says Angela or Angelo. And then it's CHZOUJ. Okay. Please go ahead, Ms. Patton.
Hi, Roberta Patton, lifetime resident of the city of MILLBRAE. I just don't even know what to say with this whole hotel turning into a homeless shelter. No one is looking at the fact that you are now going to house people that has been said that have had drug problems, alcohol problems, whatever the case may be. Yes, they're saying that they're not going to be able to allow to do them on the premises. So they go 2 blocks over where Lamita Park Elementary School is and do their drugs on the street. Or if they're child predators, you have Lamita Park, you have Cappuccino High School, you have St. Dunstan's Elementary School, and you have Green Hills Elementary School, not to mention the little tutor places that are directly across the street where Hoot Junkins used to be. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think if it's Cumin, whichever one is there. And then over where Shaw's Candy used to be, you've got a judo and a little gym. They're all children. And you're going to have these people wandering the streets. And you're going to put, what, one more sheriff for a year? Who's paying for that sheriff after the 12 months is gone? And what is that building going to look like 5 years down the road? If any of us have seen what projects look like after they've been, public housing looks like 5-10 years after it's in place, it doesn't look like it did when it's nice and pretty and new and shiny like all these hotels that they're showing. And we're a small city. Why don't you go to San Bruno or Burlingame or somewhere else where there's a lot more revenue that can take on this?
Thank you, Ms.
It's
Patton.
just not right. And the city of MILLBRAE is not the place that I grew up in anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Patton. Guy Young. This is my last hand slip, and then we'll move to the people that have their hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you, and I think we've got the right mayor. That was spoken with no notes earlier. That was right off the top of her head. She is great. How she notifies everybody on Nextdoor, the good and bad on Nextdoor, but she's awesome. So thank you, Ann.
You're losing your time, though, Mr. Young.
It's worth it. And Mike, nice to see you here taking the shots. I thought July 4th was last Tuesday night, but you proved it's tonight. So thank you for at least trying. The disconnect is our vision of homeless was not consistent with your vision, what you pictured, described as who's going to be living there. And if you can merge that somehow, there might be a little bit more acceptance, because what we're seeing out in front of Safeway at night in the parking lot, across the street, the robberies, that's what we're seeing as homeless. So we're getting screwed, sorry. I think that's, but we got homeless coming from BART, and now we're going to get more homeless brought in. So we're getting jammed every which way. And also, I think it's a bit of a misnomer to say that, you said, mentioned a few times that the county is paying for the rest of it. The county doesn't have a printing press. That county money comes from us. Whether it's state tax, federal tax, county tax, it's still coming from people. So we're chipping into that. We're chipping into it. We're getting it every which way. But anyway, thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Okay, moving on to now this part for the public so you understand what's going on. The city clerk is going to call people because I don't see them. So go ahead, city clerk.
First speaker is Patricia Lamb. Please go ahead and unmute yourself, Patricia.
Hi, can you hear me?
You're coming in great.
Okay, great. I'm Patricia Lamb, and a member of the MILLBRAE community, and I really strongly oppose turning in MILLBRAE La Quinta into an unhoused building. Based on the meeting from yesterday from the San Mateo County Supervisor Housing Ordinance Study, you mentioned that there are approximately 1,800 homeless people in San Mateo County. We're building so many affordable units in MILLBRAE as well as San Mateo County. And I know MILLBRAE alone has a lot of apartments going up. You need to actually look into these affordable housing units and also look into the services that these people need. These are people who need social services like getting them off drugs and addictions. And you should not turn MILLBRAE La Quinta into an house building. We really cannot afford it, and we don't feel safe here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. City clerk.
Next speaker is Annie Oliva.
Annie Oliva, former mayor of MILLBRAE, and I just want to thank the county for bringing this big elephant on the table. You know, when I was mayor, people were asking for solutions, and thank you for thinking this thoroughly and thoughtfully and coming up with a solution. Dave Pine, Supervisor Dave Pine, our representative, actually helped us with Measure K money to get Life Moves with BART, because BART never came up with any money for us for the solution. And Dave, thank you for supporting us, and hopefully we're going to get that process even greater. Yeah, nobody can vote. And tonight, council does have an obligation. They have two things that they have to talk about and think about. One and foremost, to our citizens, our city has got to be financially brought to fruition to what we have to expend with this. And number two, council, we have homelessness. We have got to feel safe. We have homelessness that is on our streets that have been endangering, frightening people that need to get off the street. We want them in shelter, citizens of MILLBRAE. We want them in shelters. That's where they need to be. And I want to remind everybody that these homeless people are people, and they could be any of us. They could be your mom, your dad, your aunt, your uncle, and you guys all know my story. They could be your son. So for crying out loud, let's take care of this issue. It is out of control in our county, in our state, and I don't care where the money's coming from to get this solution. And I praise the fact that we can be part of this. Now, cost versus savings, what are we going to save? We're going to save money on a lot of other things other than
Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Oliva, I'm sorry. Time's up. I'm sorry. I was taking notes. My apologies. Next up, City Clerk. I wanted to hear where we could save costs. So Mayor Oliva, reach out to me. I'd love to hear.
Next speaker is Jess Husson.
Good evening. My name is Jess Hudson. I'm a longtime MILLBRAE resident and the policy manager at United Way Bay Area, an organization dedicated to eliminating homelessness and poverty in the Bay Area. As a resident, I support this project because I believe in compassionate, welcoming MILLBRAE for all that does its part just like all the other cities have to do. I thank Councilmember Goodman for his comments and Mr. Callaghy for the presentation. As the policy manager representing United Way Bay Area, I offer our strong support for this permanent supportive housing project because this proposal provides our most vulnerable community members with safety, security, and the services they need to lift themselves out of poverty and homelessness while effectively addressing the county's functional zero homelessness goals in MILLBRAE. This is a good evidence-based policy. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Next speaker is Patrick. And Patrick, if you could go ahead and state your full name for the record, please.
Hey, this is Patrick. I just moved here like a couple of months ago. I bought a house here, but I just want to share a little bit about my personal experience. I have 2 crimes in the past few months on me. The first one is the first day I'm moving this house, and a guy broke my car. They left the cigarettes on my baby's car seat. Next one is on the local news. Like a few weeks ago, I got a gun robbery, and there's a gun pointed on me in the Safeway at the lunchtime. So I would say MILLBRAE is under-supported a lot because it is not safe. I've been living in Texas for 10 years. I never saw a gun, but here I almost died here. So as what I said, we need a comprehensive risk assessment. Talk is cheap, 1 sheriff, 2 sheriff. I need data. Data is more expensive, and we need to show a full report. If we're building this shelter or whatever, permanent housing, how much risk we're gonna have. The second one is I don't have issue helping these people. I want to help people, but I think the location is really bad choice. The proposed spot is too far away from the bar. Have you ever watched? I work here almost every couple of days, so it takes me 25 minutes from the bar station to my home, which is next to the La Quinta. So, and it's not fair for this disability to work in such a long distance. So and the traffic is also very bad every day because there's a high school here. So my suggestion is why not find a better spots like close to the bar station? There are tons of apartments is on the building, and no one have ever think about it because it's completely empty. There's no hustles, there's nothing. So we do not have more people out. So I'm asking you to find better spots instead of remove this program. I love this program. I really want to help these people. So that's all. As the new residents from MILLBRAE for only a couple of months, have 2 experience of crime. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry. City Clerk.
Next speaker is Alexander Melendrez.
Go ahead, Alex. Alex represents or works with YIMBY.
There you go.
Hello, Millbrae City Council and City staff. My name is Alex Melendrez. Yes, Mayor, I do for EMB action. However, I have gone to the Millbrae school system my entire life. I live in San Bruno, but the two cities are very intertwined. I've walked your streets. I know every single street. I've walked past the hotel numerous amounts of times. I went to Lameda. I went to Taylor. I graduated from Mills High School. I spend more of my time in the commercial zone of Millbrae than I do in my own city. Somebody mentioned that of moving this project to San Bruno. First off, I would welcome that. But at the same time, we are also a city in the red. That does not excuse us or any other city from having to meet their requirements to build enough housing to support our unhoused residents. I think a lot of us, as somebody who's worked in affordable housing too, I've worked in affordable housing. I know how actual affordable housing is done. I've communicated with people who have been homeless before. There's a deep misunderstanding of how somebody becomes homeless. You see the visible sides of it, but you don't see the invisible sides. Your firefighters, your police officers, they can't afford to live in Millbrae. They can't afford to live even close by. This is a deep-seated issue that is rooted in the unaffordability of our area. Rents are close to $3,000. The average price of a home in Millbrae is well over $1 million. How do you expect somebody to exit homelessness if you don't provide them? Talking to people who have actually been unhoused, many of them are working. Many of them have jobs. Many of them are not on drugs. The problem with it is that the rent and the cost of living is so high that people can't afford to live here. And then after that, you compound the issue with not having enough to eat or being late on another bill or having your car impounded. And that itself can take significant impacts into your mental health. All in all, what I'm trying to say is these are homes.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez, and to the other housing advocates out there. My first time as mayor, when high-speed rail put basically a stop on our 488 houses, I reached out to every housing advocacy group and asked them to come and help us. Not one came back. And most recently, the Housing Leadership Council told me they don't want to be involved in our issue with our 488 units on that. You know, we could use the help of the housing advocates to help us with high-speed rail on that. We want to build housing. We are building housing. We're breaking ground on Office Depot, which is going to be 10%. According to state law, we could have gotten to 20, but state law kept us at 10. We are building housing. And I hear you, Mr. Melendrez, we do need to build more housing, but we also have to have a balanced budget. Thank you. Next up.
Next speaker is Connie N. And if you could state your full name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Connie Ngo, and I wanted to say that Millbrae, I believe that we should not take on the burden for the rest of the county. As a public school district finance director, I know that Pacifica and Millbrae are the lowest funded school district in out of 23 districts in San Mateo County. And adding this additional burden to this district, to this county, it's gonna just make Millbrae a lot worse off. We are a compassionate community, but we have done our share. I've seen many buildings built up on El Camino itself. And another thing is about losing money. There's just not just the occupancy taxes, but people are referring to $600,000 and developers fees, property taxes. When property owners change hands, there's going to be millions, multi-millions dollars of taxes involved. We're not just losing a couple $100,000 annually, but I think it's going to be ongoing guaranteed funding sources for the future of Millbrae. And what the county's proposal is that to provide a one-time community services. I feel like that's an insult. These are not guaranteed funding sources. If the county does not do well, they can eliminate those resources. And not to mention these guaranteed multi-million-dollar guaranteed future funding sources will be lost. And it will hit the community. It will hit the students. It will hit how the funding sources that we have to upkeep the community. We want to do our share, but I feel like that we have done more than our share. Just look down south. look at the number of units that we have built over the year, and look at Woodside, Atherton. Like, we're all part of this community. Why does MILLBRAE has to be Pacifica and MILLBRAE has to be the lowest funded district?
Thank you, Ms. Connie. City Clerk?
The next speaker is Ken Chan.
Good evening, members of the MILLBRAE City Council. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm the senior organizer at the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd first like to extend our appreciation to county staff for all their hard work regarding their presentation and report regarding tonight's item. On behalf of HLC, I'd like to express our support of San Mateo County's intent via Project Homekey to purchase and convert the 100-room La Quinta Hotel at 190 El Camino Real. This proposal can provide your most vulnerable residents with safety, security, and wraparound services. Your city can be a part of the solution by creating opportunities for your unhoused community members by providing them with a safe and stable place to call home. I'd also like to highlight that MILLBRAE's unhoused residents are from your community. They are or were students of your local schools, and they continue to work and shop within your city. They are your neighbors, they are your fellow community members, and they are your constituents. Thanks so much for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. How many more hands up on Zoom?
2 more.
Okay, I'm going to circle back to Mr. Chan, and Mr. Callaghy will have a chance to rebut this. But when I had my one-on-one with Mr. Callaghy, I asked if MILLBRAE residents would have first cut at the available units at La Quinta, and his answer was no. And then he thought about it a while, and he said, well, maybe if they can qualify. And then he said, really what we're trying to do is house people from Half Moon Bay. I've got it written in my handwritten notes, June 30th, and I take very good handwritten notes. So,
Mayor, if I recommend, we only have 2 more. So if we can get through public comment and then bring it back to council for questions.
Yeah, I feel that the county set us up to look like a bad guy when we are not bad people on that. Next caller.
Next speaker is Sierra. Sierra, if you could state your full name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Sierra Sam. I want to start off by thanking Mayor Ann Schneider for supporting us residents and for allowing our voices to be heard. I'm a long-term resident of MILLBRAE, and as a compassionate member of this community, I believe it is crucial that we address the issue of homelessness with empathy and adequate support. However, I'm not truly convinced that turning La Quinta into a long-term shelter is the solution to zero homelessness. As we've seen in other cities, there are many individuals who prefer not to be housed and more comfortable living outside in open space. And as others have mentioned tonight, MILLBRAE does not have the resources to support this project. It is unfair to place the stress and burden on the residents of MILLBRAE and risk the safety of our children, adults, and seniors. I oppose the conversion of La Quinta and encourage the County of San Mateo and the city to explore alternative avenues to alleviate homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chan. Next up.
The next speaker is Ronnie. And Ronnie, if you could state your full name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Ronnie McGill, and I work for Housing Choices. We help people with developmental disabilities find housing. I'm really kind of shocked by some of the comments. Obviously, the people who would be housed in this at La Quinta are not the same people that are riding BART day and night. These are screened people who've gone through background checks, are non-felons, and need a place to live. So the idea that somehow you're inviting monsters into your community is ridiculous. It's facetious. We need places for people to live, and everybody bears part of that burden. And the idea that people just want to live outside, again, is true for some people, but not for the people who would be there at La Quinta. And just a final point, if La Quinta was such a wonderful financial success, why hasn't another hotel bought it up? So I don't think the arguments against the project are bogus, to put it simply. So again, we need extra housing for each open space. There's 200 to 300 applications. So that tells you that there's a lot of needs for seniors, for the handicapped, for people with disabilities that are not criminals or monsters or pedophiles or anything else that a lot of the NIMBY commenters are implying are going to be. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McGill. And I hear we've got one more. This is the last one, last call for anybody in writing. Here in person, speaker slip, last call. Do we still have, or was Ronnie the last person?
The last speaker is Griffin Lee.
Griffin, Mr. Lee, please come on board.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're coming in great.
All right, thank you. Hello and thank you, honorary MILLBRAE City Council members. My name is Griffin and I'm currently a part of YCATS, a youth climate action team and a freshman who is concerned with the current state of the environment. All around us, single-use plastic food items are used and thrown away, whether it be plastic cups, utensils.
Mayor,
Mr. Lee,
this is not the item.
if you hang tight, we're going to wrap this up really quick and go back to our full council agenda, even though it is after 9. Yeah, hang on. That'll be for comments, not on the public agenda. Okay, any further? Last call, going once, going twice, closed. Bringing it back to City Council. Mr. Callagate, if you heard everybody's questions and took notes, there was definitely some themes, but please go ahead and try to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to make it clear that I'm addressing the council, not out of disrespect for the public, but out of absolute respect for the council, and that's the protocol, which I follow. There was a question about the $2.5 million ongoing cost. The board has set aside $8 million in vouchers. Those vouchers and the income or the rent that is paid through the residents is what sustains these buildings. This is a 15-year obligation by the Board of Supervisors to ensure those funds are in place that will provide 200 vouchers to offset the cost of these hotels. These hotels are owned by the county. We have an obligation to maintain them, to make sure they stay in good repair, to make sure that they retain their value and that they look presentable like we do for any county building, and we will stand behind that over time. There was a question about the deputy, whether it was going to be for a year. No, what I indicated was, in the conversation that Mr. Williams and I had just very briefly before this, would be that a deputy and a clinician, two of them. The clinician's about $200,000 a year all in with benefits and car and all those type of things. And I think Mr. Williams said the officer or the deputy is $375,000. So our obligation on that is $575,000 for the next several years until a new contract comes up, and then we will renegotiate at that point in time, depending on the needs. Maybe less needs, it may be more needs, but we will renegotiate at that point in time, in addition to the one-time payment that we will be negotiating. So we're putting about $575,000 of new money resources into MILLBRAE. We also currently, the amount of money that MILLBRAE pays for services right now for the sheriff's office doesn't fully cover the cost of the sheriff's office. The county subsidizes that, and we have been subsidizing that for some time. In addition, I had a question about a wind down strategy. We have said this all along, more for the interim hotels than anything else, that we hope to someday tear those down and build large affordable housing complexes, much like you have done here in the city of MILLBRAE and that we've seen around the county. That is the highest and best use of the land. We hope to one day conquer homelessness, those experiencing homelessness, get to functional zero, and then be able to build up. I just want to make it very clear, because we've heard a lot about the homeless that have occupied Safeway and stuff. Those are not the individuals that will be going into the hotel. Like Mr. Young indicated, that we are going through a different process. We are asking that they be sent to our congregate shelter, our interim shelter, and then vetted and sent out to the community. Look, in the end, the reputation of Episcopal Community Services is on the line here too. You have to understand that they're an operator. This is going to be, their reputation. They are very, very good at what they do in providing services to those who are in recovery or have suffered mental health in the past or who suffered a job loss. Their job is to help them. And they will have those services available, as I indicated earlier. Any apartment complex in this county could have an array of individuals suffering from mental health, drug addiction, alcoholism, or any other joblessness or whatever it may be. The difference here is those services to help them are embedded in that community. We talked about the deputies. Let me see what other questions I wrote down here really quick. I didn't get the question that the one individual asked about jeopardized by home key, and maybe you can help me with that. The new resources I covered, the financial stress of the city, we totally get that, and that's why we're trying to add new resources to the city. Drugs on the street, look, in the end of the day, that's what we're trying to eliminate here. We're trying to eliminate those problems in your Safeway by creating interim houses and solutions to that so those people can get off the street, get the help they need. We heard a great example of an individual here tonight who was brave enough to come up here and talk about the services that he received and how he turned his life around. That is what we're seeing when we help people in interim housing and moving on to permanent housing. Mr. Young had asked about the county paying for it, and I think I did address that we will be there standing behind these buildings for the long term. These are county resources. And just to let you know, for the taxpayers, we've picked up about $150 million in assets for this county. And that was a question Mr. Young asked, and he's absolutely right. These are all our county dollars. He's absolutely right. These are dollars that we all contribute to. I was just trying to differentiate between the money that MILLBRAE would have to spend and the money the county's going to spend. That's all. All taxpayer dollars, no doubt about it, but different pots. Those are the questions that I was able to take down. Maybe you received some more, or
hold on, City Manager. I think the intent from the articles about home key were that the articles were stating that the home key process is showing problems, and the request would be to look at any of the existing San Mateo County home key projects and do the math and tell us the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. I will be happy to get that data. There is no project that is absolutely perfect. I can tell you that there have been incidents at every one of these sites, but there's been incidents at every single hotel that we have in this county over time. So I will get you that information. I don't have it with me, and I'm happy to break it down by hotel so we can see what's gone on there. And I can tell you that we have made adjustments I know of over time at certain hotels where there was not a good fit for an individual, and we moved that person out of that hotel. So that was, yes, one of the questions, and thank you for that. But I can tell you also that for San Mateo County, that has not been the overriding experience. We have experienced very, very good results with individuals. And I would invite any one of the council members to come down and look at some of the hotels, do a walkthrough, and talk to some of the residents there so you can really see for yourself. We're happy to accommodate that. We're happy to set that up for you.
I think the problem that a number of people said is that since BART came in and also caused a huge economic hit on the city of MILLBRAE, each entity comes and asks for another hit. But I don't know if it happened when San Francisco started giving out free drug paraphernalia or they had more, what is it called when you jump the turnstile? The reality is that MILLBRAE bears a very big brunt for that. And that's what our people see. When I work in front of my house, I have neighbors talking to me all the time. My first year as mayor, I had a new resident with his wife and brand new baby walking across the street to Safeway with one of the homeless people from BART telling them he's going to kill them. That's the experience of our population. Right. And frankly, yes, thank you for the couple $100,000 for Measure K money to help with Life Moves. But it feels like a finger in a dike that's breaking on there. And we are, during COVID, before COVID put plastic screens up to protect all of our retail employees, we had employees at Walgreens threatened with knives, stabbed with knives. All of us, every city has the shoplifting thing going on. That's universal. Yep. But our proximity to two freeways within a hop, skip, and a jump made us more attractive to that. Yeah. Now, we've solved that by investing into the camera system. And we're partnering with San Bruno, yay. Burlingame's still not there, Belmont's still not there. And I know those cities are having problems, but I would say from MILLBRAE, we love those because it can help do that. But we also get people from all over the county here. So, you know, I hear that the people coming off BART, we want to help, but most of them, according to our Life Moves data, claim San Francisco as home, or Alameda County, or Contra Costa County. So that division is there. So you're asking, we're bearing that burden. Burlingame's not bearing that burden, we are. Hillsboro's not bearing it. Atherton's not bearing it. As Councilman Fung said, we're carrying that cost with the help of the city, with the help of the county, with Measure K funds, that half-cent sales tax, which all of our residents pay, but we're offsetting that more so already. And so it's not just the loss. For the housing people, would love to have more people in MILLBRAE. It helps our per capita rate in terms of funding. But we have these other problems, and that's reality. And when you take that 600,000 away, I'm going to go back to saying we don't have an aquatics program. We're going to get hot. A few years ago, we had a 5-day, 104-degree temperature thing. Where do our residents go to cool off? We don't have that. We don't have air conditioning. We don't have a tree program. We don't have the very climate issues that Supervisor Pine is so dedicated to helping. We don't have the funding for it. So that loss of 600,000 and all the trickle-down losses of funding hurts us. You're not asking Burlingame to bear that. You're asking us. And you used a comment, and I know you saw my face, you said, other cities may not have the land. We don't have the land. Of our 9,700 parcels, we're working on just how many parcels don't pay property tax. One of your goals, one of your county goals is to make sure that we have safe water supply for everyone. The water treatment plant for all of us is in MILLBRAE. It's owned by SFPUC. They don't pay property tax, and yet they drive on our roads. MILLBRAE is unique in how much land doesn't pay its way. And now you're asking for one more thing to not pay its way. There comes a time where you have to say no.
Well, and I appreciate that. And I
So
hear your
instead, help us with high-speed rail.
I hear your
With
frustration.
Home Depot.
I would like.
We want to build housing.
I agree with you 100% on the BART situation. It is frustrating for all of us. I know Supervisor Pine.
No. I hear it's frustrating for all of us, but for our people, they live. My neighbors around the corner had 2 homeless people shooting up. I had a woman call me this week that she tried to take BART and somebody was cooking drugs on the seat right next to her. That's what our people are dealing with.
Let's keep working on that together. Let's keep working on it. Let's keep trying to make sure that we drag BART to the table.
You know, and I'd love to believe that, but I'm going to bring this up, and you and I have talked about this. MILLBRAE lost its rec center. The insurance that we have for a rec center doesn't pay for it. It doesn't pay for current cost and replacement. So we're way in debt to build our rec center. And we went to the county and you offered a $12 million loan, and then COVID hit and you pulled away the loan. And we had to cobble together, kudos to our staff, to come up with design build, and we ended up borrowing 1.1 million.
I think we need to stay focused.
I'm sorry, City Manager. No, I'm a resident too, so I'm using
maybe
my
the city
2
attorney
minutes.
can weigh in because we have to stay on the agenda item. That's not on the agenda item.
The agenda, the point is then that the county asked MILLBRAE to carry more weight than any other city. You talked about Daly City, the largest city with CDBG funds, with Surface Transportation Act funds given to them directly. We don't get that funding.
I may be also bold to say it's 10 o'clock. And we still have our full.
Well, this should have come to us as a town hall meeting before it ever got to this point. So I'll shut up at this point. Which council members want to raise their hands, and we'll close it and we'll bring it back to regular.
And there's a couple of other things I'd like to state for the record at the end relative to Life Moves and to the El Rancho Hotel.
Mr. Callaghan, I believe we spoke about this maybe about 3 weeks ago or so. You did offer that you will be willing to meet with our residents as many times as needed and answer as many questions as they have. Is that correct?
Absolutely still stands.
Okay. And I think we can see that tonight. I think it's fair to say a lot of residents have a lot to say. Many ran out of that 2 minutes and then they just kind of keep on going. you can see the passion from our community on this topic. Would love to see a plan from your office, how to reach out to the community in the near future to answer as many questions as they have, give them as much opportunity to have this conversation just like this today.
Absolutely.
Because we want folks to be well informed. Transparency is a very important thing. And just before you respond, also it would be beneficial to explain to our residents where we are on this process, because folks felt like this is a done deal. And it's important to educate the public where we are on that process, what's ahead of us here, and just if you can just give them, the information so that everybody's on the same page.
Absolutely. I will commit to all of you and to the public that I will meet with the public as many times as you desire until you feel there's adequate information out there. Information is power, and we want to get that information out there to show everybody what this is and what this is not. Where we are in the process, we pushed the button yesterday requesting home key funding. So we've submitted our application to the state for home key funding for this project.
So we'll never be whole. We'll never make up that difference. Council, any other comments? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
First and foremost, thank you for staying with us tonight, and wearing your armor and taking the hits. I appreciate you, your staff, for the work that's been done. I appreciate Supervisor Pine for supporting. And I just like to say that, yes, it seems as though we can't afford this, but I'd like to say that I feel that we can't afford not to. And I commend you all, and I stand with you, and I'm going to make sure that I am on the right side of history, on the right side of supporting families, of supporting potentially teachers, union labor folks. I stand on the side of supporting our overpaid or underpaid and overworked workers within our community to find housing and to be a part of our community that we call home here in MILLBRAE. And I say all that to say this, that I just wrote something that this isn't just about the money. It's not about crime and safety. This is about humanity. This is about anti-exclusionary practices. This is about neighbors helping neighbors. This is about a forward-thinking community breaking the cycle of bad practices, dangerous rhetoric, and as our mission states, embracing the quality of life in our shared community and embrace diversity in a safe environment. And I think that's what this does. This puts us on a path to make sure that housing for all creates a safer and a more just community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate it.
Councilwoman Kaelin.
I have so many things. I'm going to try and speak to all of it well and smoothly. Thank you very much for your presentation and for the clear information. I think we have several issues here, obviously, the financial, the safety, our RENA goals, and the humanitarian. I think I don't have anything new to say about the financial component. I think that's really important. I am hopeful that through collaborations and conversations, we can come to some good agreements to support our city for the long term and not just the short term. In terms of our RENA goals, when it came to extremely low income, we didn't meet that for the last round. We're looking at another 575 for this round. And without these 100 units towards our RENA goals, I don't know what other plans or subsidies or support we have to meet those for this next 8-year round. So we could probably fail again without this program to help us towards those RENA goals. And these are the housing units that protect us. I'm still learning all of the legislative numbers, but the development that can come in and bypass all of our standards because they're going to have affordable. So if we don't meet these RENA goals, that puts us in jeopardy of more of that. And we already have some of those looking at our city. So this can actually help us prevent from that other type of development that we don't have control over. But what I really want to speak to tonight is the humanitarian. I spent 18 years of my career working with homeless people, 5 years before that throughout college and high school working with people who are homeless. They are people. You hear people say, oh, I'm not racist, but. Tonight I heard a lot of, well, I'm not against homeless people, but. I care about people, but. We need to think about what we're saying. We need to think about who we see with people. I ran an education program where we brought people in to volunteer. And in the morning before they served, we asked them, please describe a homeless person. And they would name all the things, the shopping cart, dirty, smelly, right? And we'd write it up on the board. And then they would go out in the community and volunteer. We'd actually have them wait in line with our guests in the dining room, our guests, not our clients, our guests in the dining room, not the soup kitchen, and sit in the dining room and have a meal with people. And then after lunch, they came back to our classroom and we said, describe to me the people you met today. Funny, smart, sad, lonely. You know, we said, what's the difference between what we wrote this morning and what we wrote this afternoon? This morning was just what we saw about people on the outside. But today we spent a day with people, and this is who we see on the inside. Please, we have people who are struggling. Yes, there's people that are committing crimes. I'm not condoning any of that. But we need to look deeper at the people in our community. There is the visible homeless, and there's the invisible homeless. And there's the stages that people go through. Just like there's the rings that people fall down when they fall into homelessness, there's the stages people go through as they get back up that ladder. So stage one is that shelter, where they find that beginning stability and maybe get to know the staff there, maybe start feeling safe enough to say, I can go to rehab, or I need some job training, things like that. Then you go to that transitional housing, right? That we talked about, where there might be job training, recovery services, all of those types of things. And when people pass through that, then they go to supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing. That's what we're looking at here. You know, people are going through a lot before they get to that permanent housing. The people that are going to come into permanent housing are more stable, are ready. They're going to, like our county executive said, they're going to be a part of our community. They're going to bring in sales tax revenue. They're going to maybe volunteer. They're, you know, all of these great things. So I really want to encourage folks to take a step back and think about the judgment that we're having of people. I wish I could had the time to tell you the stories of so many people that I met in my years. I heard a lot of hem and haw when we talked about addiction, but I bet almost every single one of us in this room can say we've had someone in our lives that has experienced that. The organization I worked at had a recovery program. No one will ever convince me that people can't change, because I saw it happen every single day. People with decades of recovery under their belt. You know, when the gentleman on public comment said, I work for an organization that helps people who have developmental disabilities find housing, the room groaned. Paper? The room groaned. I'm just saddened by that. No matter how you feel about this project in our community, I hope that we can stop for a second and think about people and each other's humanity. We are all born with human dignity. And because we recognize that dignity in each other, we treat each other with respect. And I want to not just hear people say, I care, but. Let's really practice what we preach. And, you know, how can we call on other cities to do their part if we're not doing our part too? I think it's every single one of us stepping up. And, you know, I'm new here, and it sounds like there is a lot of history of not a lot of collaboration and support, but maybe this is the time, maybe this is the rubber meeting the road where we start, you know, we've got some newer folks on council, we're in a new time in MILLBRAE. Let's start talking about our collaborations with SFO. Let's start talking about our collaborations with BART, and let's start making it happen. And take what we've learned from our past and move forward. Let me just see if there's anything I missed.
But Councilmember, I just would say absolutely thank you for that. We are standing ready, willing, and able to assist when we come to these other entities and work together to ensure that they bring their share to the table also.
Thank you. There was one person mentioned child predators. By law, because of the location of this building and its proximity to a school, it's not legal for that, so people don't need to worry about that. I think that was the one other additional thing, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Stop, stop, stop. I can still have people removed. But thank you, Councilwoman Cahalan, you gave me something that the city manager and I have talked about. So we're losing a hotel. We're losing 2 hotels, actually. We're losing close to $2 million in TOT. The fact that we built a new hotel to help try to make our city better is not relevant. But the county gets the TOT from the Hilton at the airport. And that Hilton, when it was built, took from our hotels because it's the same level of category. The county makes the gas tax off of every gallon sold to fill a jet or a truck at SFO. You want to be a true partner with us, you're hurting us financially. I don't have a problem with bringing in new people. That's not the issue. The issue is financial. So fine, county, you give us the TOT from that hotel. You give us the gas tax. There are new programs happening around the country with new industrial complexes where the benefit, the commercial benefit, is spread out to the communities most impacted. The biggest one, the new wind farm off of Eureka. Why don't you, the County of San Mateo, step up and you find us a permanent funding source by giving up your permanent funding sources, which you make on the backs of our hotels? I'm sorry, I have been here long enough. I have dived into that. I have spent 8 years with SFO. I spent an hour and a half today talking about the new data we're trying to get for ground-based noise, only to have the airport say it won't change the contours. So it would be great to create these great Pollyanna ideas with these big regional transportation agencies. I just don't believe it will happen. But prove me wrong, please. But you share that TOT with us. San Francisco makes the 15% gross right off the top of airport operations, gross, off the top. It is the close-in communities that bear the brunt, the damage, the air pollution and noise that you don't even include in the county environmental arena. Let's keep talking about that. I frankly don't believe it will happen, but I'd love to see it happen.
The gas tax, Madam Mayor, actually has to be used at the airport. It's not available to use in general funds. So,
and yet, when they moved Uber Lyft right on our border, they blocked up our road and they drive on our roads with not a penny spent to help improve our roads. Those are the injustices our community uniquely pays for.
well, Madam Mayor, I've offered an officer and a clinician to the city manager. If you'd like to have that in cash to make up for it.
But you said for a couple of years,
Well,
and yet this hotel's going to be 20, 25 years. Let's keep talking, but I'm not sold. The finances, you're making MILLBRAE have to carry the burden for the county. High-speed rail in their EIR. MILLBRAE, you've got to understand that this is how they treat us. In the EIR, it says, MILLBRAE, you will suffer. Your schools will suffer. We will take property off property tax rolls. You will suffer, and you should do it for the greater regional good. And we have been doing that for 75 years. It's got to stop. With that, if there's no other comments, I'm going to... I have this great big closing argument. Go ahead, Councilman.
And I promise you have an opportunity for that. A moment ago, earlier in the evening, you mentioned not every city has the land available to do this development, to put these permanent housing. for these folks. Just for the sake of that discussion, I want to put some statistics together. San Mateo County, it's about 740 square mile. Daly City, 7.6 square mile. South San Francisco, 30 square mile. San Mateo, 15.8 square mile. Redwood City, 34.7 square mile. San Bruno, 5.5 square mile. Burlingame, 6 square mile. Atherton, 5 square mile. Menlo Park, 17 square mile. Hillsborough, 6 square mile. Woodside, 11.7 square mile. Portola Valley, 9 square mile. Belmont, 4.6 square mile. San Carlos, 5.4 square mile. Pacifica, 12.6 square mile. City of Millbrae, 3.3 square mile. Just to keep things in perspective, I want to just say, and Councilmember Cahalan, what she said a moment ago, it touches my heart, and it is important. Now, these are our neighbors. These are our own friends, our own classmates, our own colleagues. It could happen to, homelessness could happen to any one of us, and we're here to help. At the beginning of my opening remark, I said, and I still repeat, and I still stand for those comments, we have to have compassion for those who are less fortunate than all of us. Functional zero homelessness throughout the entire county require all cities to work together. Not one, not two, not three cities, but all cities. All 20 cities needs to come together. If we're serious about solving this homelessness issue within our county, everybody has to pitch in, which also means these distributed, relatively speaking, about 1,000 of these populations are distributed throughout the county. They need to be a distributed solution to this functional zero homelessness as well. So to that end, we have the compassion for folks. I do believe wholeheartedly everyone in our city will be, I'm sure you and I, and just as much as anybody else on this county, in this county as well on this council, will jump up and help somebody if they needed help. There's no question there. The question is, what is the right approach? How do we do so in a way that does not impact one's tax revenue, in a way that set all of us up for success? And that's the conversation that I like to have with you, with our community, how to go about coming up with solutions that every city can be involved, they can all be a part of it, because we have to move forward as a county together and solving this problem. So to that end, I will give it back to you.
Thank you. Good points, Council. Thank you to the public. Thank you to the housing advocates. I get where you're coming from. At the same time, help us with our own situation. Help us with high-speed rail. Help us with the projects we want to build on El Camino Real. That is our only commercial land community. That's it. We don't have, as the councilman very properly showed, we don't have much else. So when you take from us, it's huge. With that, thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening to the people of Millbrae. I would have said I wished you had done this prior to voting on going ahead already, because really, you've taken away any ability for us to trust. So now you've got to work to get the trust back. And I look forward to those meetings.
Great.
And to the housing advocates, I have 40 years of working in the environmental field. Housing has taken all the air and all the money out of the room to work on climate change. I swear on everything I believe in. We have to cover other issues than housing. There are more things important than housing, or as equally as important. We don't solve climate change, we die. People, we die, and we will have more dislocation of populations around the world. So please don't come to me and say homeless is the #1 existential issue. Please don't do that. It's insulting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, just for the record, I think it's important. So early on, there was a couple of people said life moves. They don't see life moves. I wanted to just explain that the social workers from Life Moves are stationed at the BART and transit facility, so they're not downtown. They come to the BART station anywhere between 7 to 9 p.m. or 11 p.m., depending on who they're helping and what their cases that they're working on. They stay throughout the night. So they're there while we're all asleep. They're at the BART station, yes,
Are
at
they?
night.
I thought they left around when Bart, the last hour.
No, they come in the last hour. When BART sweeps the trains at 11 o'clock or midnight, the Life Moves social workers are there to assist. So they work throughout the night. So that's what they do. They put over 100 people into temporary housing or housing each and every year. So if you could imagine how bad it is right now, it would be significantly worse if it wasn't for Life Moves.
And prior to that, they used to have a bus and bring people back to where they considered home.
And then secondly, somebody had brought up, or a couple of people have brought up the El Rancho. So yes, the El Rancho is closing. There's an approval for 365 units under state law, SB Senate Bill
30.
Senate Bill 330. 5% affordable. The city wanted to go as high as 20%, but that's actually an example of how state law did not allow the city to actually condition the project to have more affordability. But with that project was also approved for a pad that fronts El Camino for a 165 unit to a 220 unit hotel. So that project and project approval, the developer will be replacing the hotel. So the units and the hotel, if you recall. So I just wanted to put that.
And when is the hotel expected to break ground?
Well, so that's, it's all based on market, it's all based on financing. And so, there is no date for that. But my point is that it was approved for a replacement hotel. And that runs with the land. It doesn't run with the developer. And that's, as long as that residential breaks ground, they're obligated to build a hotel at some point in time.
Thank you. Okay, moving quickly into agenda overview. City Manager, do you want to skip that and we'll go straight to approval of minutes? And then
Mayor,
we've
if I may, I know.
had the MILLBRAE Community Enhancement Committee here for hours. And I was going to give council a break.
Just real quick, I think a couple of
Council, do we need a break or
things.
can we move straight in?
Mayor, I would just a quick report here. Yes, you had mentioned it, and I'd like to say that we did receive 2 grants from MTC. One was for.
Hold on, public, I'm sorry, could you take the conversations outside? Public, could you please take the conversations outside so we can get going with the rest of the agenda? Thank you, and thank you for the long night.
We received a $200,000 grant, one grant from MTC. This is to assist with our design of the El Camino Real median improvements and implements our recently adopted downtown specific plan and El Camino Real specific plan. Also, we received a separate $600,000 grant. This is for the planning effort and the revisioning of the MILLBRAE BART station to be a seamless station that functions as one station under one roof seamlessly with eventually high-speed rail, BART, Caltrain, and private transit shuttles. So good news on that front. So that's $800,000 worth of new grant funding. Other than that, Friday, July 14th, MILLBRAE goes to the movies, Big Hero 6, and that is outside at sunset at the park. So everyone, please participate. And then this Sunday, July 16th, part of our 75th anniversary, we have a 2.2-mile walking tour of historical sites in MILLBRAE. People can RSVP on our website, or they can just show up. Actually, we are meeting at the MILLBRAE History Museum, which is 420 Poplar, at 12 p.m.
Thank you. And I would add one more thank you to Assemblywoman Diane Pappen and Senator Josh Becker for a $300,000 line item out of the state budget to go for the 2 parks on our east side.
Yeah,
so we will be doing formal thank yous for both the Assemblywoman and to our senator for that.
Yeah, so that's 1.1 million in grant funding over the last several months.
Okay. All right. Thank you, City Manager. Moving on to approval of minutes. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. That was Councilman Fung, seconded by Vice Mayor. Any comments? No comments? Please call the vote.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
The meeting minutes of March 20 passed by a vote of 5-0.
And coming up next, oral report from city committees and commission chairs. It is my pleasure to bring on Chair Jean Wong. I don't know if she's bringing in Vice Chair Carol Krasilnikoff. They are going to talk about the adoption for fiscal year 2023-2024 Community Enhancement Advisory Committee, what we call MCAC's work plan. Thank you, Ms. Wong, and thank you for waiting.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Jean Wong. On behalf of the MILLBRAE Community Enhancement Advisory Committee, I am excited to present tonight a summary of the committee's last fiscal year's accomplishment, and also to present to you this year's work plan and for Council's consideration and approval. I've been told by Andy that in light of the time tonight that if you want, I can forego my presentation and just answer any questions you may have, or I can just go through it and.
Council, what's your preference? I will say it was a fabulous staff report, and it's a good work plan as your liaison, so I'm very happy with it. But Council, do you want the presentation, or are you all good? Councilman Fung, how are you? Councilwoman Cahalan? It looks like we'll forego, and I'm sorry you did all that work, but let's get it up on the website, the PowerPoint up on the website.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to present, but there were some things, some accomplishments that the committee has been very proud of, and I wish we had the opportunity to present them to you, but.
I think if you.
Go ahead.
I just feel that if you want to present, I think you should
Well,
be
but
afforded that.
it's
I know in
10:30.
interest of time, but I think
Jean, we're
that's
here
why
to
we're
listen
here.
if you want.
Yeah.
Okay,
Or just highlights?
Okay, well, let me just provide 5 minutes of highlights. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, so how about, I'd like to go to page 2, if you could. Just a brief comment about our Community Enhancement Advisory Committee. We have 6 appointed members and 2 vacancies, one being an alternative vacancy. But I understand that 2 new members have been appointed by council, and so we're very excited about having these members on board as soon as possible. I'd like to point out a couple of things. We have 2 members on the list here that have provided incredible service to the committee. We have Donna Egbal, who has served on the committee for 20 years, and Carol Krasilnikoff, who's served on the committee for 12 years. And we're happy that they have been reappointed for another 4-year term. So that's really exciting, and we look forward to a very exciting a year in terms of how we can contribute to the community. So I'd like to, I know you've already reviewed our work plan, and it seems like you all have approved that, but I'd like to just highlight a couple of accomplishments that we're very proud of, and I'd like to go to page 4 if we could. 4, 5, page 3. Next one, please. Okay, I can go with this. So in September of 2022, the committee officially launched the Adopt a Spot program pilot, and it proved to be very successful. We held 2 on-site meetings at the Bayside Parklet, which is located on Hemlock and Hillcrest Boulevard. And as a result of that, the volunteer team and with the help of the MILLBRAE Park staff, we have done some incredible things to make this area more aesthetically pleasing and environmentally friendly. So if you look at the picture here, Bayside Manor, this is a picture that was taken in May of 2023, and it shows the plants that we planted all in bloom, and it's just a beautiful spot. And I understand that, well, we have already laid the foundation for 2 benches that will be installed at the site, and hopefully that will be installed fairly soon. And the community has the volunteer team, and I don't know if that's the next slide. Could you, Eduardo? Okay, so what you see here is a picture of the volunteer team and the park staff, and it's some things that we have done. And we planted 75 new plants at the site. We spread over 12 yards of mulch, which is equal to about 80 bags of mulch. remove 6 yards of weeds and debris. And I mentioned we laid the foundation for the installation of 2 new benches. And total volunteer hours have been equal to 36 plus hours to date. So we're very proud of our achievements here. So I just wanted to mention this. I'm not going to go into the other accomplishments that the committee has accomplished in the last fiscal year. Needless to say, we've been very, very busy and looking forward to having the 2 new members on board. And if you approve our new work plan, then all is good and we'll move forward.
Just asking you to go a little bit closer to the mic. I would also give you a huge shout out for the very successful tree dedication area, and that in the work plan for the public to know, we're going to be looking for new locations for the tree dedication program. So if you want to dedicate to a family member, hang tight. We're getting there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you for Jean and Carol and the whole team. Council, questions, please? Questions? Any questions? This is an action item we have to approve. So if there's no further, thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Vice Mayor. City Clerk, if there's, I don't have to open this for public comment. I've already got items not on the agenda. So if we can do the call for the vote.
Okay. Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan? Aye. Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
The Community Enhancement fiscal year 2023-2024 passed by the vote of 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you, Carol, Jean, and the whole team. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to public communication. Given the timing of the night, and we're already going to have to extend for at least another hour, it's going to be a midnight night tonight, people. I'm going to hold you to 1 minute, and items not on tonight's agenda. First up is Michael Kelly, then, oh, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Amy Lauer. Oh dear. Mr. Hipley from our Cultural Arts Advisory. John has left. Ron Raquel, I do see him in the back. And then we have Gina, Miranda, and I don't know if we've got people on Zoom. We do want to hear from you. We always love to hear from you.
Hi, City Council members. I know tonight was a very contentious meeting. Just wanted to make sure that you received my email from June 29th, where I submitted my 300 odd signatures for the improvement at MILLBRAE and Magnolia Avenue. San Batista acknowledged it, and I do hope to engage in a conversation with you. I know you've been pretty busy, but I just want to make sure that you did receive it, and I really do want it. There are other important issues that affect MILLBRAE as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Raquel. We can't comment on that, but my understanding is that the city is working on it in a process, so it's coming. Gina Miranda, I don't see Gina. Okay, so do we have anybody on Zoom for public comments? I know we have the gentleman who's going to talk about plastic-free July. No, in my field, this is a big deal.
Griffin Lee, if you want to speak on that particular item now, this will be your time to do it.
Hello, sorry about previously. It's gonna go over a little 1 minute then. Hello and thank you, honorary MILLBRAE City Council members. My name is Griffin and I'm currently a part of YCAT's, a youth climate action team, and a freshman who is concerned with the current state of the environment. All around us, single-use plastic food items are used and thrown away, whether it be plastic cups, utensils, plates, takeout boxes, etc. There's a never-ending list of plastic items used. In fact, every year, almost 419 million tons are produced around the world. To put that into perspective, from the time plastic was beginning to be produced in mass quantities, which was around the 1950s, there have been 9.1 billion tons produced. To put the weight of plastic produced in a year into perspective, it is around the same as the entire weight of humanity. This amount of plastic is an environmental catastrophe and has an unimaginable detrimental effect to our planet and everything on it, including us, the producers. According to the Columbia Climate School, there are currently 75 to 199 million tons of plastic polluting our oceans. It would be to approve of plastics reusables would be a step in the right direction regarding the—
Mayor, for the record, time is up.
Sir, because the time is short, please go to the website, get my email address, email me, and let's talk about it. I work in the recycling field. I'm right with you, but I can't comment on that. But come and talk to me and we'll come up with a plan.
Mayor, we have another speaker. Her name
Okay.
is Lana. And Lana, if you could state your full name for the record, please. And we have two speakers now.
Lana, if you
My
could.
name is, oh, sorry.
Go
My
ahead,
name
Lana.
is Lana Levison. I'm also a member of Bay Cats, and I'm passionate about creating awareness and change about important environmental issues, one of which being plastic pollution. The sheer amount of plastic on the earth makes it virtually impossible to escape, as it appears in our food, water supplies, and in our own bodies. One swipe of skincare products can put up to 90,000 plastic particles onto your skin. And even the clothes that we wear consist of synthetic plastic materials that can be inhaled as we move throughout the day. It is imperative that we limit our consumption of plastic, in turn limiting our exposure to these materials. I urge you to take action against plastic pollution by moving towards the usage of reusable foodware and following the footsteps of the City of Half Moon Bay, who now fully requires the use of reusable foodware for all in-dining and Half Moon Bay restaurants, as opposed to the previously less strict limits on single-use plastic foodware, which you may have also adopted. This is an effective method in reducing the plastic waste that pollutes our communities, as proven by restaurants that have already made the switch. And by doing this, you can ensure a cleaner, safer environment. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to my request.
Thank you. City Manager, for September, for an item to bring before council is an update of these environmental programs. If we can get our environmental manager to give an update. These are all the new state laws that are into effect that our restaurants are complying with. So if we can get an update in September, October on that.
Madam Mayor, that was very difficult to hear both of those. Is it a problem on our side or the speaker's side?
And the translation did a great job, so
I think the enunciation is on their side. I think it's on their microphones on the computer.
Okay, I mean, let's check that because it's almost impossible without the translation.
Agreed. Okay, do we have any other hands raised?
Yes, we have another speaker. The name is Caleb Young.
Hello?
We can hear you. If you could speak up a little bit, that would be great.
Oh, all right.
There you go.
Hello? All right. Hello, and thank you, honorary city council members. My name is Caleb. I'm currently a part of Bay Cats, a youth climate action team based in Bay Area, and a high school senior who is very concerned about the state of our environment. The environmental downside of using single-use plastics is a pressing concern that cannot be overlooked. The extensive reliance on these disposable materials has led to a severe pollution of our oceans, rivers, and land, causing harm to wildlife and ecosystems. From the 100 million tons of single-use plastic, nearly 10% ends up flowing directly into our oceans, rivers, and lakes. The direct impact of these microplastics in the Earth's waters that end up directly into our bodies are gradually becoming more of a health risk for everyone. It's crucial for us to recognize the detrimental impact of microplastics in the Earth's water, detrimental impact of single-use plastics, and take a collective action to reduce their consumption. However, amidst this environmental challenge, there's also an opportunity for economic benefit through the adoption of reusable alternatives. While there may be an initial investment required to transition away from single-use plastics, the long-term economic advantages are substantial. Reusables such as cloth bags, stainless steel water bottles, and glass
Caleb,
containers.
thank you. Caleb, I'm 100% with you. And I think you all invited me to come and speak with Bay Cats. I am a state commissioner on recycling market development. Let's talk offline. Thank you. Do we have any other? Okay. I see no other paper slips, nobody on Zoom. Sorry for speeding us through this. Closing public comment, moving on to consent calendar, reading into the record for consent calendar. Item number 5, approve by motion the quarterly investment schedules for the third quarter of fiscal year 2022-2023. This is an action item. Agenda item number 6, adoption of resolution authorizing the city manager to issue purchase orders to suppliers selected by the Bay Area Chemical Consortium up to a total amount of $248,000 to purchase ferric chloride and sodium hypochlorite disinfectant chemicals for the water pollution control plant, an action item. Item number 7, adoption of a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a license agreement for 101 Express Lanes toll system facility within the city of MILLBRAE's right-of-way. It's an action item. Agenda item number 8, approval of professional services agreement with New City America, Inc. for preparation and support of services related to the formation of a business improvement district. This is an action item. Are there any requests to pull any items?
No, move approval of consent.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Second.
Thank you, Councilwoman. City Clerk, any discussion? City Clerk. please call
Councilmember
the vote.
Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
The consent calendar passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to move for at least an extra half hour at this point.
Would you mind making it an hour so we feel a little less pressure? It's going to be a long night.
I'd like the pressure more so.
We've got 2 public hearings,
All right, an hour.
so,
Second.
okay. So, thank you. A motion by Councilwoman Pappen, seconded by the Vice Mayor, to continue our meeting until midnight. And moving right along, and hopefully we'll finish early. Public hearing. To the public, persons who wish to speak on matters set for the public hearing will be heard when presiding blah, blah, calls. I don't normally read that. Moving on to agenda item number 9. This is a continuation of June 13th, 2023 meeting to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution authorizing the collection of sewer services charges based on the fiscal year 23-24 sewer service charge report. City Manager, and I do want to say thank you for this great report. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to introduce our Finance Director, Mr. Mike Sung.
Thank you, City Manager Williams. Good evening, Honorable Mayor,
Sam, you might
Vice
want to be a
Mayor,
little
and
bit closer.
council members.
That mic is a tricky mic.
Testing, testing. Is that better? Can
We
we hear?
I think Eduardo, is there any way to turn that mic up?
Testing, testing. Hi, I think it's better now.
Thank you.
Once again, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Mike Sung. I'm the Finance Director. Today, we're going to continue the public hearing from June 13th. Next slide, please. So our recommendations to open and continue the public hearing and adopt a resolution authorizing the amount of sewer service charges to be placed onto the county tax roll for fiscal year 23-24, based on the sewer service charge report, which was prepared by our consultant over at MBS. Next slide, please. So just a little background. Back in April of 2022, we had talked to council, and council had authorized us to actually take a look at this and move forward with considering changing our collection methods for the sewer utility. We came back in November of 2022 and provided more information in an informational memo. And in that informational memo, we recommended that we introduce an ordinance amending the Muni Code. So back in April 11th and April 25th, an ordinance was introduced on April 11th, and an ordinance was adopted, amending the Muni Code to allow for the collection of sewer utilities via the property tax assessment roll. On June 13th, staff had returned with a report of the sewer utility charges that were supposed to be placed onto the county tax roll for fiscal year 23-24. The amounts were calculated by our consultant at MBS. A public hearing was held, and it's been continued to today, July 11th. Next slide, please. So, outreach. The outreach that the city's conducted includes 3 community meetings, one on April 27th, one on May 2nd, and also one on July 5th, which was a direct result of the June 13th public hearing. At these meetings, we had roughly about 4 or 5 people per meeting. It wasn't exactly well attended, but we did have a lot of good questions that people did ask. The city also sent out postcards. We sent out multiple messages via the inserts for the current combined water and sewer bill. Communication outreach was also provided via multiple social media methods, as well as the city newsletter. Also, as a result of the June 13th public hearing, we've reached out to those present at the hearing. We've left messages or we've contacted them directly. Some I've met in person with to help answer questions. And we also have communicated out the time and date of the additional community meeting. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of other information. In looking at this, we looked at this to see what would be the least amount of disturbance. And over here, what we're looking at is the financial assistance for low income ratepayers. That would just be transferred over. That would continue on. And just another piece of information is the legal deadline to actually submit the levies to the county is July 31st. We also have a deadline of the 17th to assign an updated tax roll code. All sewer service charges would be prorated for the last bills. The last bill for those that have May and June bills, that would just be the last bill, and then the July and August bill itself would not show the sewer portion anymore. But for those that have a June and July bill, it would be prorated. The June bill would still have the sewer portion, but the July bill would not. The sewer service charge report has been available since a little bit before June 13th. And just a little aside as well, 16 out of the 20 cities in San Mateo County are on the county billing schedule. They, with the last city to transition occurring last year in June, and that was Redwood City. Next slide, please. So questions from the June 13th public hearing and the July 5th community meeting. One of the questions was, what's the financial impact regarding the transitioning of charges to the tax roll? So what we're looking at is we're estimating about $150,000 to $200,000 a year, and this is done with no change to charges. All it really is a guaranteed collection by the county. We're in a county that has a teeter plan, and what that basically means is the county will advance 100% of everything on the assessment roll. So we wouldn't have as big of a problem with collections. It's not a particularly large problem, but to get completely stable revenue would help out quite a bit. How much does the county actually charge for the collection of sewer fees? The county charges $1.42 per parcel for about 7,100 parcels, so that's about $10,000. This is really offset by the increase in revenue collection there. Does this create more fiscal responsibility for property owners renting their home to tenants with delinquent utility bills? No, it does not. We actually have in our Muni Code that the property owners are already responsible for paying the water and sewer, even if the bill is in a tenant's name. So what we are seeing is that many property owners actually have their tenants pay their sewer and their water bills. So why did the city decide to act now? The city wanted to carefully review all of the city's options, and we've also looked and spoke with other cities to see if this was an efficient way of actually collecting things. And after we completed our analysis, we believe that switching methods is actually a very efficient method and would ultimately benefit all of the ratepayers. Next slide, please. So another question that was posed was, do apartments and commercial buildings pay their fair share under this transition? Yes, they do. The rate structure isn't changing during a transition. The apartment buildings would pay the same published rates. And just as a reminder, any new developments also pay a development impact fee, and those are used to help mitigate ongoing costs that are going to be associated with their creation. So a question was asked, how will the city help landlords pass the cost back to tenants? The cities publish the exact yearly costs per parcel by the APN numbers or the assessor parcel number. There's a link below that's the actual sewer service charge report that actually has the exact amount that we've calculated out. Does this increase my rates or property tax? No, the current rates aren't going to increase as a result of switching to the county tax roll. The city would continue to follow the same public notification process. And property taxes don't change. The ad valorem property tax in itself is part of the county tax roll in itself. And on the county tax rolls, there's different assessments. All this really does is just move the sewer portion onto the county tax roll. So it's a one-for-one movement. Next slide, please. So once again, just our recommendations to open and continue the public hearing and adopt a resolution authorizing the amount of the sewer service charges to be placed onto the county tax roll for the fiscal year 23-24 based on the sewer service charges report. With that, I'm open to any questions. Our lead consultant over at MBS, Tim, is here as well, if you have any questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sung. Opening up comments from council for staff. I'm not seeing any. reopening the public hearing and asking for public comments. I do have 3 slips, so if Martha Ann Milliken could come forward, and then after Martha Ann is Bonnie Jean Patton and Roberta Patton. And we have 3 people. Oh, 2 minutes. We'll keep it consistent tonight, except for items not on.
Good evening. Thank you again for giving me an opportunity.
Hang on, let's get us the clock. Thank you.
My name is Martha Ann Milliken, and thank you again for giving me an opportunity to speak to you regarding this subject. I am a housing provider here in MILLBRAE, and it allows me to have residents here in your city live that are not able to afford to buy a house. So what I feel with you putting the sewer bill from the water bill that the tenant is responsible for in my situation onto the county tax bill, it is putting an increased burden on me. Even if I can ask my tenant to reimburse me for that portion of money, I have to go through a process of collecting that money from my tenant, which puts the burden on me instead of on the city. And I also feel that this is a slippery slope. You're going to put the sewer on our tax bill. The next thing is going to be the water on the tax bill. The next going to be something else on the tax bill. In terms of environment, consumers who are responsible for their usage of water and sewer linked together, they're more conservative with their water use. And what you're doing with this system where you're taking water use in the winter months and converting some kind of system that it's a flat rate throughout the year for the sewer, then there's going to be no reason for the tenants to conserve any water. Yes, they're going to still have a usage charge for the water, but not for the sewer any longer. I have a duplex. I went over the 236 pages list, which is very difficult to cull through because it's by account number, not by parcel number, to find that my 2 duplexes were on 2 separate pages, 47 and 136. Very difficult to find. Why my 2 units of my duplex have 2 different amounts? How am I going to treat my tenants the same? I have a new tenant that's going to be moving in on August 1st. They're going to be paying something from December or that's in your calculation.
Thank you, Ms. Milliken. I think that's a good question, staff. When we circle back, if you can answer why a duplex may have 2 different charges on that. And I'm sorry, Bonnie Jean Patton. Bonnie Jean, I had seen you here earlier. Okay, so both Bonnie and Roberta? Last call, once, twice, okay.
We have a.
Okay, and do we have someone online?
Yes, Patricia Lamb.
That's correct. Also, I'm on Zoom, so I'll wait for my turn.
Go ahead, Patricia.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Again, my name is Patricia Lamb, and I'm a part of MILLBRAE community. Like I said, I own a place on Palm Avenue. It's a triplex. I've lived in MILLBRAE for a long time, for 15 years. I'm in search, and I'm really disappointed that I didn't know about the July 5th meeting. I wasn't notified. I was at the last meeting, and the member before me, she mentioned she's got tenants in her duplex, and she's got new tenants moving in. I have the same situation, similar situation as her. If you're taking last year's sewage amount and providing that on APN, and if I have a new tenant coming in to one of the units, and last year was maybe 3 people living in the unit, next year be 4 people in the unit. So there's a difference in the number of people, and the usage is going to be different. I feel that the method that MILLBRAE is planning to pass to put the sewage on the property tax bill, it's not fair. It wouldn't be correct. And I already am providing a very reasonable rent amount to my existing tenants. I've never raised their rent in years. They've been in there for almost 5 years. Not once did I raise the rent. I asked them to pay for the water and sewage. And I'm just wondering how this burden is going to be put on me. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. I hope staff can answer that question of changing of tenants and changes of usage over time and how it may catch up on that. Do we have any other hands raised? Okay, closing public comment and no other slips, closing public comment. Bringing it back to City Council. Actually, I'm sorry, back to staff to help respond to both the commenters.
Yeah, well, I think the first woman, Ms. Milliken, on the slippery slope, next water bill or whatever, that's not true. This is the only mechanism that state law actually allows us to collect the sewer rate. So we are actually implementing an element of state law here. And then in terms of, there is no change to the method of the calculation for sewer. So if there are different, if you have a duplex or a triplex and there are different charges, that means that the water usage for each of those units is different.
Do you think we could help tenants by having an example, like both of the people here gave two different examples? We could create a scenario and show how it plays off over time and when you shift in a new tenant, just as a customer service action. They can see how it would or would not impact changes. Am I making sense at this time of night?
I kind of don't know. No, the bill's the bill. So if tenants are changed or not so many.
I think I'm in the process of negotiating with my tenants right now. So if they add a tenant and their usage goes up,
It's not
and
by,
I'm
it's
now
not,
paying it on property tax, when
yeah,
would
it's
when
not
would
by
it show
per
up?
occupant, it's by usage.
By
It's by
usage,
meter.
yeah, but if you've got
So
four
you could
more
have,
people,
you could
you
have
got-
10 people and you could have 3 people and it's all based on the meter usage of the water use. It's not on a per person
I understand.
basis.
I think that the landlords are trying to figure out how they can put it into a monthly statement on that. And I'm just, if we could work with the people that came tonight to look at their scenario and to figure out how the scenario would work. We're going to go forward with this. We've been working on this for years. Let's just make it as easy as possible for the people to make that changeover on that. We can't recommend language in a contract, but we can help create scenarios.
All right, excuse me, through the chair.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Are you suggesting like an FAQ that?
Kind of
that
like
we
an
could present
FAQ.
And then property owner can have it to hand out to their tenants?
It's not a bad idea.
But then, are we?
Responsible?
in that- Yeah, and so I don't know, that's
It's a
a question
question for
legal.
staff.
So.
Would we be responsible? I think if we are able to explain that there really is no change and they would be free to figure out their own way. We could provide examples, they
Right,
could be.
but not
They're
legal
free to
advice.
figure out their own way. We don't want to
Right.
take any responsibility, but one way would be to take the total sewer charge for that particular unit, divide it by 12 and spread it out through the
Right.
year. I mean, there could be different ways for them to do it. The issue here really is the timing of the payment, not change in the method.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm
You know,
just thinking, let's try to do a little customer
But
service.
I will, yeah, and I will
So we
add to
move
that.
forward with this and then just
Yes.
allow staff to kind of work behind the scenes to figure
Yeah,
out that additional support.
Yeah, at the first hearing, we offered to provide a letter at the request of property owners that the city is, an explanation of the change, what the city's doing, and we still will absolutely provide that letter.
And to the public, I would say, as we go through this transition for the next year, maybe year and a half, bring those questions and concerns up for us so that we can add to the FAQ, the frequently asked questions, and try to make this as painless as possible on that. But again, the city has been working for this for 4 years. Did we answer I think that was both Ms. Lamb and Ms. Milliken's questions. You both had different situations, a duplex, a triplex, new tenants coming in, changes in usage on there, how would all of that work? If we can do that. Any other questions from council? Councilwoman Kane?
No, I was just thinking, if we have 16 other cities in the county doing this, then we must have a lot of landlords in these other cities that we can reach out to, or maybe even Samcar has suggestions for how landlords are doing this in the other 16 cities, that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, we can learn from each other. And And then just reiterating, the calculation is, again, we're not changing how we calculate it, correct? Okay.
Yeah, there's no change to the calculation, no change to the rate, no increase in property tax. It's just a different method of collecting it.
And then at the last meeting, there was a lot of people speaking about, well, what if there's a month where I have a huge water leak or something? And I spoke with the city manager about that those outliers will not be brought into that calculation. And just as we're not changing the calculation, we already don't bring that in when that happens. So just alleviating that concern for community members.
Thank you. I learned something new. Good question, Councilwoman. Any other questions? Okay. Let me see. I've got City Attorney. We close the public hearing, then we go for a vote.
Exactly.
Move
Okay.
to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Need a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Vote to close the public hearing.
Pappen, yes.
Councilmember Cahalan.
Aye.
Councilmember Fung.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman.
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
The public hearing is closed.
Thank you. Now bringing it back, if there's no further discussion, vote to approve getting the properties out to the county. I'd like to say it's the county assessor. It's going to the county assessor's office. So is there a motion?
So move.
Thank you, Councilman.
I think it has to
We're
wait
waiting,
first.
we're waiting.
Oh, do I need to read? I don't have actually the language on my,
If I may, waive the
Please.
first reading and introduce the ordinance amending Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter Zoning.
This is a
This is
resolution.
reso.
Oh, that's sorry.
This is just a
resolution.
resolution.
This is-
not
We
an
already
ordinance.
did our ordinance. I stand.
yeah, we did the,
This is just a
problem is
resolution.
I don't have the language in front of me.
There's a motion made, that's all you had to do.
What is-
No, I think Joan is telling me we have
Adopt
to
a
read it
resolution
in.
authorizing the collection of sewer charges based on the fiscal year 23-24 sewer service charge report.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
If that was enough of
Mine's
that was the title. Okay. So as the city manager stated, do we have a motion in a second?
So move.
Motion from Mr. Fung. I thought I heard a second.
Second.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pappen. Any further discussion? Please call the vote.
Councilmember Pappen.
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan.
Aye.
Councilmember Fung.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman.
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye.
The motion for item number 9 passed by the vote of 5-0.
And to staff, again, it was a lot of work to get here. I really appreciated today's staff report and the past and the extra work we did for reaching out to people. So thank you, staff, for that. All right, moving on. Next agenda item is item number 10, waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance amending to Title 10, Planning and Zoning, Chapter 10.05 Zoning, Article 2, Definitions, Article XXXII, Accessory Dwelling Units, and Article XXXV, Objective Standards and Affordability Requirements for 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits in single-family residential zones to comply with the requirements of Senate Bill 9. It's an action item. And first off, City Manager.
I would just like to introduce Mr. Roscoe Mata, our planning manager, for a presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. Roscoe Mata, planning manager. I'm here to present this item to you this evening, and I'm also joined with Bruce Brubaker from Placeworks, who is our consultant on this effort, and then I'm also joined by Andy Mogensen, Community Development Director. Slide. So the item tonight is to receive a presentation on the on SB 9 ordinance, which implements SB 9 and establishes objective standards for 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits in single-family residential zones, and ADU/JADU ordinance amendments for consistency with state law. The action would be to waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 10.05, Article 2, Article 32, and 35. Next slide, please. So for this portion, I'll hand it over to our consultant to present on the SB 9 ordinance.
Good evening. It's so nice to not have to say good morning. And I am
Don't,
happy.
be careful what you wish for.
So next slide, please. I am happy to give this presentation. I will make it brief as we can. It's a complicated subject. It's a state law that allows essentially up to 4 new dwelling units on a single family lot. So the law states that it's possible for the development of these lots to be regulated by objective design standards. So the city has developed this ordinance, which applies objective standards to the law. So MILLBRAE has some measure of control over what happens on SB 9 projects. There was an urgency ordinance created by the city of MILLBRAE in December of 2021. That was shortly after the law was adopted. And that urgency ordinance is in effect through December 2023. So, but we are here tonight to hopefully adopt a permanent ordinance for SB 9 regulation. Next slide. So we have been working with staff to develop a permanent ordinance since November 2021. We've gone through several steps, including community workshop, community survey, so there's been engagement. We have done a city council study session, and we recently were at Planning Commission who recommended approval of the ordinance. Next slide. I'll summarize the workshop and the survey that we did, which was in 2022. We had attendance at a workshop that was held online. It was during pandemic. And we also ran a community survey for a month or more, I think, or maybe 6 weeks, where we got a good set of responses to that survey. The general feedback from those efforts were that people did have a concern about the general cost of housing and thought that allowing people to create additional housing on their lots is a way to address that. But there was concern and a desire that whatever development does happen should be of high quality and should meet the character of the city of MILLBRAE. There was discussion about the size and the heights of units, and there was discussion about parking requirements, which the state law has, put in. There's a limit to how you can regulate parking under this state law. They don't allow for parking requirements to be set on the project if it's within a certain distance of transit. But there are some requirements that the city can put on, and they have done, which I will discuss in a moment. Next slide. This is a map showing all of the single-family residential lots in the city. So basically, these are all lots that are eligible for SB 9 development. They are either R1 lots or R1 large lot LL lots. However, there's certain requirements in the state law that do limit the lots that can have development, that range from things like whether there's a historic property there, whether there's hazards like high fire zone and so forth. Next slide. I think there's a little bit more about that in here. So the purpose of the ordinance is to establish regulations, affordability requirements, and objective standards to ensure orderly subdivision versus urban lot splits and 2-unit residential development in these single-family zones in the city. So the ordinance is basically covering 2 actions. You can either do a urban lot split, so you can take your single-family lot and split it and develop the 2 lots, or keep an existing house and develop the other lot. or you can keep it as a single lot and develop 2 units on that single lot. So those are the 2 ways you can develop property under SB 9. And the reason they say 4 dwelling units per lot is because you can do an urban lot split and you can develop 2 lots on each, or 2 houses on each lot. So, you know, it's interesting that very few SB 9 developments have happened in the Bay Area that we know of. It's just very difficult to find sites that are able to be developed in this way. They generally have to be pretty large sites and they have to have pretty good access. So, and I believe that MILLBRAE has had none developed, or but there may have been interest. So next slide. The key provisions in the ordinance, some of these are state required provisions and some of them are City of MILLBRAE provisions. The owner occupancy affidavit states that the applicant will occupy one of the housing units on the lot for a minimum of 3 years. So that is a requirement of any SB 9 development, that it must be owner occupied for 3 years. One of the lots or units. There's also parking requirements, which the city says provide 1 garage parking space per unit, except, this is where the state law kicks in, except when the parcel is located within a half-mile walking distance of transit. City says required parking must be on the same lot, and the parking is not permitted to be in the front yard setback. So those are city requirements. Next slide, please. City has also put an affordability requirement on SB 9 projects. So if there are more than 2 units developed on an SB 9 project, then at least 1 unit must be an affordable low-income SB 9 dwelling unit. And it must remain so for a 55-year period. And this is written into a covenant. Okay, so there is an affordability requirement for SB 9 development in the City of MILLBRAE. The ordinance prohibits demolition or alteration of different kinds of housing that restricts rents. So if housing is already affordable, then you cannot demolish that unit to do an SB 9 unit. Housing that has been occupied by a tenant within the last 3 years, you cannot demolish or alter that unit under the city ordinance. Next slide. Some of the provisions about urban lot split is that the parcel being subdivided cannot have already been subdivided by an SB 9 project. So you can't have somebody subdivide a lot and then come back in a year and subdivide again. Neighboring properties. Neither the owner of the parcel being subdivided nor any person acting in concert will have previously subdivided the parcel. So this is kind of to prevent a developer buying up lots, subdividing, selling them. So, and colluding with other owners and doing development. So the idea here is that these should be lots that are developed by homeowners as a way to provide additional housing. This is one of the ways that is kind of controlling the idea that developers would maybe do a lot of SB 9 development. So I'll repeat that neither the owner nor any person acting in concert with the owner has previously subdivided a parcel, that parcel, or a neighboring parcel. Okay? Parcel size. There's a requirement that the parcel can't be split into a very small lot and a large lot. The smallest lot has to be at least 40% of the overall lot. And no parcel may be smaller than 1,200 square feet. That's a minimum size lot for an urban lot split. Okay, next slide. So, number of units. No more than 2 units may be located on any lot. And if you do 2 units on a lot, you cannot do an ADU or a junior ADU, an accessory dwelling unit or a junior accessory dwelling unit. In other words, you can't have a lot do 2 SB9 units and do also an ADU and a JADU. There's some language about setbacks. These are just MILLBRAE setbacks, 20 feet from the front yard, from the front property line, 4 feet from the side, and 4 feet from the rear. And then there's a requirement for the maximum unit size. This requirement says that the dwelling unit cannot be greater than the maximum size allowed by the zoning district it's in. However, state law says that you have to at least allow for an 800 square foot unit. And so the staff is recommending that we just make 800 square feet the maximum size for an SB9 unit. If the lot meets underlying, and the development meets underlying zoning, it can be larger than that. In other words, yeah, it gets complicated. In other words, if the lot is large enough to allow for more than 800 square feet under existing zoning, then it can exceed 800 square feet. But in any case, it can't exceed 55% of the lot size. So I know these are complicated requirements, and I'm happy to answer questions about that. But this is really basically a regulation that regulates the overall size, and the intent is so that we don't get very large SB9 units built, that they're in scale with the existing neighborhood. So that's the idea behind that ordinance. Next slide. I think there's only a couple more. There's a maximum building height, which says it has to be as per the existing zoning. And then there's standards for the access way, the driveway, that has minimum sizes, and that's a staff recommendation. Next slide. And then we have some design standards. So these are MILLBRAE standards. These are objective. So any project has to follow these standards. Exterior design needs to match exterior materials and design of any existing house on the property. And the roof design should be identical to the existing house. So generally, these are to match character. Window location, this one is about privacy. And it says that upper story windows that are close to a side lot line must be 42 inches minimum above the floor. So you don't have a big window looking down on your neighbor's lot. That's what that standard is about. Next slide. Okay, and then Roscoe's going to talk about the second part of this motion tonight, hopeful motion tonight, which is there's some cleanup on the ADU ordinance that needs to be done.
Before we go, thank you. Before we go there, Council, I know it's been a long night. Do you want to ask questions for this part before we go to the second part? If not, I've got a couple of quick questions. Councilman Fung, go ahead.
Thank you. So just a real quick one here.
I think you need to get closer to the mic.
Just getting comfortable here. I think we're going to need a little bit more clarification on, I remember seeing the slides. If the lot does not meet certain zoning standard, the maximum FAR is 800. I think we can use a little bit more clarification. Number two, just the previous slide you had, you can just bring one back. The maximum, the minimum window sill height is 42 if the window is within 5 feet of the interior lot, which means, and the maximum sill height is 42 for a bedroom window for secondary egress. So that means the window has to be exactly 42 in order to become a bedroom window.
Yes, you're right. That's a really good point.
So,
but it is possible to do that. So
it's going to be very difficult to do that in different settings and different lot configurations and how the house needs to be designed in order to be functional.
Yeah, it's a great point, and I think the practical result of this is that if it's not a bedroom, that the window could be very high or it could be as low as 45 inches. But if it's a bedroom, then it has to be at 42 because that's the maximum height you can have under building code and it's the.
No, maximum under the ordinance, but minimum for the building code.
Yeah.
So the two sort of mutually.
Meet. Right.
Someone could put a hardwood floor in 3/4 of an inch and then that window get disqualified. So I just want to be very clear that we want to set.
That's a really good point.
We want to set up our ordinance in a way that, give homeowners pathway to success here instead of setting them up for failure. So we got to look into that a little bit.
Well, do you have a recommendation then?
I mean, I'm trying to understand, obviously, the motivation of that 42-inch. If privacy is the concern, there must be other way to deal with it rather than restrict it in such a way that it's almost impossible to design around it.
Well, it's entirely to get, to limit that view down from the second story. So it does have to do with that issue.
I mean, there are other ways to address these issues, such as frosting windows and other things that could come into play to address what you were just talking about in terms of privacy.
Obscure glass is one way to do it, perhaps, although you could, if it's an operable window, then when you open it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
Just thinking this through, right? I hope, forgive me, but the obscure glass would be good for fixed windows, but if it's an operable window, then you could see out of it if it's open and it's low. So I'm just saying that maybe
and just so
something to think about.
Yes, I think that warrants thinking through, right? Privacy is a two-way street. What one consider privacy on one house also lose privacy on the others as well, especially the one who is developing. So I don't think anybody designed a particular window just so that they can look over someone else's bedroom or bathroom.
Councilmember, so these windows are just the windows that are within 5 feet of the property. If you're further than that, you don't have to comply. So.
Yeah, I understand that. And an ordinance allow you to build all the way to, 3 or 4 feet from the property line, correct? 4 feet. Yeah, I just want to make sure the ordinance is giving people the flexibility and setting people up for success rather than taking away those flexibility, not for the right reason. I want to make sure if privacy is the concern, and that's a valid concern in many cases, there are ways around it rather than limiting the heights of the windowsill.
Okay, my questions are going to be much less technical. The ordinance that you're asking us to waive and do tonight, is it similar to other ones that other cities have passed, and has it been tested? Is it going to withstand somebody litigating against us because we're creating objective, design guidelines? I'd like to, if this has been done in other cities and they're doing okay, that makes me feel more comfortable. But the second part of that is just the fact that we're not just hilly going up, we're hilly going this way. So what would be normal statewide could mean that, and my next door neighbors did, we were on vacation, came home, and they had a huge window looking straight into my bedroom. They didn't do it to code, so the city came and made them tear it out. And they had to rebuild the wall. But we want our neighborhoods to be happy with each other. So with our slopes, how can we do that and ensure that these windows are providing privacy? I will tell you, at my house, I have put in 2 opaque windows, mainly so I'm not looking into their kitchen. And so I can come up the stairs, however I want to come up the stairs. But it reduces some of the light into the house. So I'm not sure I understand the point, but I'd like to make sure that the existing residents who are going to now have something 4 feet away from their fence, something they didn't buy their property with, is suddenly a new problem. And then it might be in the second part, Mr. Motto, when we have an ADU on a slope that claims a 7-foot crawl space, are we going to take care of that problem tonight? And if it's the second part, I'll hang on to that. I just can't believe that people can get away with a 7-foot crawl space.
Yeah, there's several ADU cleanup that's in the second part that I can briefly go over.
Then let's hang on to that. I hope that we have neighbors who like each other on that and that we're compatible, but I just don't know how to do all of this with our slopes. It is good news to hear that we haven't had that many lot splits on there, but I mean, the house next door to me is 3 feet taller than me just on the get-go. And it's only 3 feet away.
So I'll try to answer your questions if I may.
And I may not have, I didn't write it, I didn't give you a good question.
No,
Sorry about that.
it's okay. The first question was about if other cities have passed ordinances like this, and the answer is yes. We actually did a review of different cities' ordinances. Many of them at the time were urgency ordinances, but we did look at several, and the ones that stand out were Santa Barbara and San Jose. Both did pretty extensive ordinance additions, and so we did use those, and I think that MILLBRAE is in line.
Okay. And then to help our
attorney is welcome to add to that.
And actually, I forgot my other one. Given that some of these rules, including the parking rules, are reduced, parking is reduced if you're a half a mile. So I'm trying to figure out where our half a mile boundary is. So if I'm El Camino Real and I live on Hemlock, they're gonna be a parking shortage. But if we went to Aviador, would that first block of Aviador be within the half a mile? I think it would be, I wish I had a map, and maybe it was in here and I missed it.
There is a map in here, but I don't think it's really to scale.
Where the half a mile marker is. If you're on El Camino going west, we've got Broadway, we've got Magnolia, but then we've got Poplar. Where does the half a mile click in?
I think that counts bus line too.
I'm sorry?
I think the transit also count bus line in addition to obviously the station.
Right, well, no, I'm thinking all of El Camino is that transit corridor, and it's gonna be a half a mile on either side.
So I would say anything east of El Camino is totally within half a mile. Up the hill, I think.
I'd say probably right around Palm.
I was thinking it was right, lucky I
don't know for sure, but I'd guess Palm, knowing.
So, and just to summarize, by state law, parking, you're not allowed to require parking within that distance, but other areas that are farther, you can apply standards and have done so.
Okay. To me, should this become an issue, should we get these things happening, we're gonna have to have more neighborhoods go to permit parking. And as I work in front of my house on Palm Avenue, I've got neighbors all the time complaining about cars, because I had an airport car that sat in front of my house for 4 days. You know, so so we're just gonna have to be prepared for that. But as long as we can pass laws that we're not gonna get sued, thank you.
And regarding the issue about window and privacy, if I may, you know, and using your comment, you could consider adding or amending this standard to say that windows below 6-foot sills have to be obscure glass, let's say.
Did you say 6 foot?
6-foot sills have to be, so you could do windows below 6 feet, but if you did, it would need to be obscure glass. And these are only on sidewalls that are closer than 5 feet to property line.
City manager, is that something we should consider? And if we did consider it tonight, can we add it to the second reading?
Well, since you asked me, I don't like doing this on the fly. I'd rather just continue it.
Yes.
Okay.
And study it and then bring it back, actually.
Just for sake of context, in terms of this ordinance, it's my understanding, Andrew, if I'm not mistaken, that there has been 0 SB 9 application throughout the city. Is that not correct?
That is correct, and I'm not sure if there's even been one in the county anywhere, so they're very rare. There has, yeah. They're pretty rare. They're usually more common in rural areas, but not in cities.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure everybody understand on the same page. There's no real urgency here? I mean, the ordinance been enacted, how long? Not ordinance, I mean the state law. Almost 2 years now?
Yeah, and we have to follow state law no matter what.
Sure. Yeah, so I think before you call this morning, it might be beneficial for us to spend a little time thinking through this, especially some of those privacy issue. And I will say, a 6-foot sill on an 8-foot ceiling, you're talking about a 1-foot window, 1 foot high. I mean, that's not a window. That's just in terms of practicality here.
Well, you could certainly do a window below that, but it would have frosted glass.
And I'm saying that warrants more, thinking through before we sort of jump through this at 11:30 at night. So I understand the intention there.
You create a lot of
Well-intended.
transom windows.
Yeah,
Is what it would do.
and I think there's a maximum height as well, right? Because we're talking about second story here. So I think it's beneficial for us to think through this part of it. Also, I think some of those, I still wanted to know about the lot that were created that was not within zoning ordinance, and then there's a maximum 800. I'd like to get some clarification on that.
Councilor, I think it's 800, or if it's allowed to go more, the FAR is 0.55.
But then they're saying maximum 800.
No, maximum 800 unless the zoning allows a larger unit, and then the maximum is an FAR of 0.55. That's at 55% coverage.
So that means you're saying you allow up to you allow them a minimum up to 800 in case you have a non-conforming lot created as a result of SB9 lot split.
That's right.
Yeah, so basically, if the project, the house meets the development standards in the R1 zoning district, you meet your setbacks, the side setbacks are 5 feet, your setback's 10, you can build, like everyone else, up to 55% of your lot. But if you cannot meet your setbacks, let's say that instead of the required standard 10 feet rear yard setback, you want to use the state 4 feet rear setback, then the maximum size is 800 square feet. But I will say that if the lot is large enough, there shouldn't be any problem meeting the setbacks. The typical lot in MILLBRAE is 5,000 square feet. Virtually all of them meet the setbacks. It's only the smaller lots that need that extra room where the size is smaller.
I think we do have some lots that are on the east of El Camino Real. It's 25 by 100. I think we have some of those. And should somebody choose to do a lot split, that would still meet the 1,200 square foot minimum, right? And then at 1,250, 55% would be about 600-700 roughly.
Yeah, it's
That's
at 6-7. The state has to allow. We have to allow 800
minimum.
So then, so then that would kick in.
Mr. Fung, can I ask a question? Because this is your field, so I trust where you're coming from. Have you had enough time to go through this and possibly sit down with staff? Should we, I'm open to extending this. We've got 5 more months before our emergency.
Or if we answer the question only the window, then we can pass the rest of it.
Where are you? I'm happy to go either way.
I think we can use a little thinking through. I would love to, dig down a little deeper if I could. Like I said a moment ago, we have 0 applications so far.
I hate sending stuff back to staff because that means we're never getting closer to climate change. But it sounds like maybe if you don't, can we bring it back in 2 weeks?
If it's
and give us a
the
little
count-
bit more time?
Certainly, yeah, that's a desire of the council.
Okay, and it has been a long emotional night. So maybe I'll actually think a little bit through and read it.
We can come back in 2 weeks with a revision to this particular provision that's
Okay.
being discussed here. But I think that.
Did anybody
because
else have anything?
From what I'm hearing, that's the only outstanding item, Councilmember Fung.
Yeah, and I might have cut him off, but have you finished the rest of the presentation?
If I can add one more thing when you bring it back, could we have a map of where that half-a-mile mark is so that those property owners know, we know what could fit? Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
So for the sake of time, can we add this to the next presentation? when we come back in 2 weeks, or do you think?
We've got, our last agenda item should be cut and dry, and we are at, can we hang tight for, we're at 11:38. Mr. Mata, how much time do you need?
It's just one slide.
There we go. If you don't mind.
Yeah. Okay, so the, this component is a code cleanup, if you will. It's regarding the ADU ordinance. Since the ADU ordinance was passed by the state, cities had to adopt a local ordinance, or if not, then the state ordinance applies. We adopted ours a couple years ago. But since then, there have been some clarifications, some modifications to the state law. And this is just basically implementing state law and clarifying and cleaning up some of the inconsistencies in our ordinance. SB 897, AB 2221, basically, we can only impose objective standards. The law states that if there's a detached garage, you can convert the detached garage into an ADU. We've already presumed that to be true, that we're already doing that. So that was a clarification that the state made. And then also, probably a little bit more significant is the height limits. The state increased the maximum heights the city must allow. If you're within a half mile of major transit stop or high quality corridor, the maximum we have to allow is 18 feet for a detached ADU and 25 feet for an attached ADU. And these laws took effect January 1st of this year. That's summary of it, but also attachment 6 has the clarifications, which beginning January 1st, 2025, the legal owner must reside on the property, either the primary dwelling or the accessory dwelling unit. There's a sunset of that, and so we can require that be make that requirement beginning January 1st.
I'm sorry, could you say that once more?
Sure.
What has to be a requirement?
That the owner reside in either the ADU or the primary dwelling.
Okay. And if Councilman, former Mayor Hollenberg was sitting here, have we protected the units that we got into our ordinance on affordability?
Yeah.
Were we able to protect that from the state? Because I think we were unique or somewhat unique in having some affordable units in the ADU
That was
ordinance.
Mayor, that was the SB 9 subdivision, not the ADU.
Okay.
Yeah, under the first
I
presentation.
just want to speak for Councilman Hollenberg. He fought for that. It was a good thing.
And his proposal is in that
Okay,
ordinance.
happy.
So just to clarify, to answer your question before about the crawl space, the ordinance clarifies that maximum crawl space cannot be higher than 18 inches, which is consistent with the building code. Building code allows 18 inches, and so that's the maximum we're allowing.
Sorry, you said the crawl space cannot be higher than 18 inches?
Correct.
But the minimum of the crawl space is 18 inches according to building code. So basically what you're saying is the crawl space must be 18 inches.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think because it is late and my brain is starting to freeze, I think this is marvelous. Thank you. We're going to bring it back in 2 weeks with a change. And we will continue tonight's public hearings. City Attorney, can we simply continue?
You're just going to continue the second one because we completed your first.
No, the whole ordinance.
Oh, the whole
So we
ordinance.
still have the window.
I think the window, the crawl space can use some discussion.
Oh, I stand corrected. Yes, City Attorney is correct.
They can continue the public hearing.
Okay, so straight out,
To
everything's
time
being
and date certain,
continued.
and you're saying your second meeting in July.
And do I need a motion and a second to
Yes.
continue? If I could have a motion?
Motion to continue.
No, they're not taking action tonight.
I heard a lot of voices. I think I heard Councilman Pappen. I think I heard Councilman Fung.
Happen, yes.
Continuing the public hearing.
This is to continue the public hearing to July 25th, 2023.
I'll second.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan? Aye. Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
The public hearing is continued to the July 25th City Council meeting.
And again, staff, thank you. It'll be great to get this off our to-do list. Truly.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
One bit of good news, if I might.
Oh, we have one more agenda item.
Okay.
It should be quick. This is agenda item number 11. I'm sorry, for MCTV. For existing business, we have no existing business tonight. Under new business, we have agenda item number 11, designation of voting delegate and up to 2 alternatives for the 2023 League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo. It's an action item. And I don't know if there's a staff report, I can cover this. Typically, the mayor is the person who goes, but we always have an alternate for people who've never gone to a Cal Cities before. This is always at the very end of the conference when everybody is trying to run to catch a plane. So it's good to have alternates on that. I don't know which of us are planning on going.
I think I'm going, but I'll move that the mayor goes.
Okay, and are there other people who would like to go and be listed on our alternate list? That way, if I get sick, we're covered.
Well, Mayor, I think the motion right now is the primary, and then we can get up to 2 alternates, so there could
Okay.
be as much as.
So I've got a motion for me
Second.
and a second for that. Are there any of you going that would like to be an alternate?
Well, I can be an alternate if we.
Thank you, Ms. Pappen.
Mayor, we need to vote.
Oh, before we
need to
do the
vote on
alternate?
On the
Okay.
one motion.
So the motion is, the primary is
the
mayor, and Councilmember Pappen is the alternate?
No.
Get sick.
The motion is
No,
for
the
the
motion
mayor
is the
to
mayor.
be the delegate.
Darn, I was trying to do it with one action.
Yes, it was I.
Okay, so
Well, you-
we've
you
got
can
a
do that.
motion and a second
You
for
can withdraw
the.
the motion, and you can actually make a motion on
make
the
Let-
voting
let's-
delegate and 2 alternates.
We've got a motion
But that was
for the
motion.
primary. We've got a motion and a second. Let's vote on the primary. We'll come back to the alternate.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, can we just withdraw the motions and?
That's what I'm saying, withdraw the
Okay.
motion and make a new motion.
Who made the motion? I didn't make.
You did.
I made the motion that, mayor be the primary and Councilmember Pappen being the first alternate.
I'll second that,
Okay.
if we can.
Any discussion? All right. City Clerk, could you call the question? Call the vote.
I heard Councilmember Fung as the motioner, and then Vice Mayor Goodman.
No.
No.
Pappen second.
Okay, Pappen second. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Councilmember Fung?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye. And
The Mayor Snyder has been appointed as the voting delegate and Councilmember Gina Pappen as the alternate.
And thank you. And it's late enough that if we have to do some change, we can do it in September. I'm going to hold off on council comments. I think that's what everybody's trying to do, but Councilwoman Pappen.
Yeah, just one bit of good news. And I know we wrote a letter previously, the Mickelson Arthritis and Rehabilitation Center Therapeutic Pool will be opening again in summer 2024. So I
Excellent.
know we wrote a letter about that. It's good news.
And I would only quickly add that the 3 bills up in Sacramento on artificial turf are all in hearings this week. So I hope our senator and our assemblywoman will support those bills. With that, forgetting where I'm at, closing city council meeting at 11:46. Thank you all. See you at movie night.